Of our council priority study setting session. With us is the city council today and all of our staff, so everyone that's in the room can answer any question that anyone has today. So we're very lucky to have everybody joining us. I want to kick this off to talk about a few things that we're going to be doing today. We're going to review what we did yesterday, hear from our communications experts, and then talk about really setting the priorities for 2020. I would be remiss if I didn't say thank you to Levy Catering that supplied us with this beautiful display of food. It's like art over there, so you almost hate to eat it. It's beautiful. So thank you so much to Levy for the wonderful and delicious food that you have provided us. Oh, there you are, behind. Thank you very much. If you'd like to stand up, thank you so much. We're very appreciative of good food, and especially in this display. Thank you. We appreciate it. Thank you. So I'm going to turn it over to our city manager, Deanna Santana.
I wanted to take the opportunity to introduce Christopher Hamilton. He's the general manager with Levy. If you recall, the convention center, they began their work in the convention center, and through our sustainability pillar, they bake in-house. So all your baked goods today are baked in-house so that it cuts down on transportation. But the presentation of bamboo is also recyclable, and they take advantage of just sustainable approaches to their food. I also want to ask Christopher if you could introduce your team, and then I have a couple of extra comments.
Could we get a microphone for him? So.
Sure. Here you go.
Oh, up front. Maybe they, or go, Deanna, up front. Yes, so they can all be seen on camera as well.
Yeah, come on up.
Hello, good morning, everybody. Thank you so much for having us. Really great opportunity to showcase what we're doing at the Santa Clara Convention Center. We will be rolling out the pastry department, and actually this is our executive pastry chef. This is Fernando, and then we have Chef Tom, who's our executive sous chef, and our executive chef, Chef JD. We're really excited to get started. We're really happy to be a part of this community, so thank you for having us today.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. I think in-house baking was a condition of approval for the contract, so I think it's passed the test after the bites I've taken. So thank you so much. Thank you.
I am so pleased that they were mindful of the council's request to taste test when the contract was awarded. I also just wanted to start the morning off by thanking the library for hosting us and allowing us to use the space for this very important discussion. And Julie, I don't know if she's here, but for Julie for providing us with all the food, our IT staff and crew for making sure that we have such a seamless meeting. Everything's been going well on the logistics side. And of course, Kendra, who's provided these wonderful binders for us that allow for us to have easy reference to all of the great things that we have taking place in Santa Clara. Just wanted to get that out because we're all here and still awake in the morning. So thank you so much.
Very good. Okay, Sean Spano, and I'm, again, your facilitator for today, and so in the next couple minutes, I'll just get us organized and pick up on what Mayor Gilmore said in terms of how we'll spend our time together. So in just a moment, I'll turn it back to the mayor for public comment, so if there's anybody from the public that wants to speak, please fill out a speaker card. After that, we will move into the discussion of the fiscal outlook, and Finance Director Ken Lee will provide that. As the mayor said, right after that, we will solidify what was discussed yesterday around your goals and pillars. So what staff has done is we've captured the items that were discussed yesterday. We'll put those back in front of you, validate what came out of the discussion yesterday, and if there's any direction for staff in terms of bringing some items to them to research, analyze, collect data to bring back to you, we'll check in with you to see if there are any of those items. After that, we move into our communications presentation from Threefold Communications and Circle Point. Ties into your pillar on community engagement and transparency. We will do, after that, check in on council referrals. There's a number of different kinds of referrals, and this will just be a check-in. Did staff capture everything? Is there anything missing? Any questions that you have? And we'll hopefully go through that relatively quickly, and then that will free us up to have a presentation that I know council is very interested in on related project. There'll be a brief staff presentation on that, questions and answers from council, discussion on that. And if council wants to discuss any other major projects, that's a great time to do that. Well, we do want you to adopt the budget principles, and that we'll do that after the fiscal outlook and after the solidifying what happened yesterday. So that's how we'll spend our day together. Looking forward to it. I'm going to turn it back over to Mayor Gilmore for public presentations. Public comment.
Do we have any cards for public presentations? Seeing none, is there any member of the public that would like to speak and get us started this morning with your comments on anything you'd like to talk about? Please come forward to the microphone. Okay, seeing none. There's coffee over there, public.
And we'll do a public comment before lunch and then again at the end of the day.
Yeah, so we'll have other opportunities to speak during the day. So thank you.
Very good. With that, I'll turn it over to Ken Lee, your finance director, to walk you through the fiscal outlook. And Deanna,
I wanted to open up the conversation of that before Ken provides the financial report and outlook. I did misspeak yesterday. We double counted the Stadium Authority when we talked about the plans that are under the financial portfolio of the city. And so it's more about $5 billion. And Ken will provide more clarification as he goes through his presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Deanna. Thank you, Honorable Mayor and City Council. For those at home, Ken Lee, Director of Finance. I'm happy and excited to be able to start off your day with the fiscal outlook and talk about numbers. But before I get to my presentation, I did want to introduce someone behind me, Margaret McCann. She is our new budget manager, and she's been with us for 2 months now, and she's along with the budget staff, have done a lot of work, spent a lot of hours over the weekend and at night to get a lot of the information before you this morning. She has 30 years of budgeting experience from public sectors in all aspects of budget. She has a strong passion and focus on projections and revenues and the economic outlook. So a lot of her analysis is included in the presentation before you. So this first slide, the agenda today, just the overview of the fiscal outlook. You'll hear a lot of data elements around the economy, both from a national, state, and local level. And one of my key themes that I like to emphasize with my staff as they look at numbers is there's always a story behind the numbers. There's always a story to tell behind variances when we're looking at it, either operationally. And so some of my goals today presenting to you is telling you the story of where we've been, where we are today, and then some of the challenges that are ahead for us, but we have time to strategically plan for that. So included in that is an update of our general fund forecast, 10-year outlook, challenges, risks, and opportunities. I have a slide on our budget principles and next steps and recommendations. And throughout the presentation and at the end, several questions were raised around some of the fiscal finance items, so I will try to address those throughout my presentation. From an overview standpoint, a lot of people think of forecasts and finance as trying to be the most accurate as you can, and there's some element of truth to that. But when we're looking at a 10-year outlook, what I'd like to say is it's really a strategic planning tool. The goal of forecasting out 10 years, or in some other cities, 15 or 20 years, is not necessarily to see how accurate I was in year 8 or 10, but really to use it as a tool today to plan for and look at our priorities and the services that our community desires, and see what, from a fiscal perspective, what capacity is available and what trade-offs might be necessary to include some of those. In the presentation, also as part of the strategic planning, you'll be able to see certain aspects of our budget, certain aspects of the finances that are more flexible than others in terms of being able to identify those trade-offs. Certain risk factors and vulnerabilities. If our markets were to slow down, what would that impact be? Any kind of mitigation efforts as we evaluate and new needs arise as development occurs, to plan for and strategize around meeting those needs in several years out. And then position our reserves. And so the council has made great progress in positioning our reserves. We have about $80 million in our budget stabilization reserve, and that's up from about a $2 to $3 million level that was the lowest during the Great Recession. So we've already accomplished considerable strides in building up our reserves. From an economic outlook perspective, I'll start with the national level and want to cite some of the resources we use in our department or the UCLA economic forecast. It's a reputable forecast, and they look at the national trends of the economy. And we also look at the California Department of Finance governor's budget forecast to inform us at a state level what's going on. And from the tables on this, the two charts that you see on this slide from a national level, we are in 11 years, 12 years of strong economic recovery from the Great Recession from 2009 to now. That growth on a national level has slowed some. National GDP is about 2.1% in the last quarter of data that we have. Unemployment is at historic lows, and we've seen some of those challenges in the HR department as part of the recruiting efforts. And so nationally, unemployment's about 3.5%. It's very low. And then in the Valley, in Santa Clara County, that's down to 2.2%. So very, very tight labor market, as you can imagine. That last bullet here, Silicon Valley as a key factor in economic expansion, I just want to touch on a couple data points to that. And so you may know or you may have heard if California were its own economy, we are the 5th largest economy in the world. And Silicon Valley or Santa Clara County is the 2nd largest county generator in the state to driving those numbers. And so if you look at our county itself, related to national GDP, we contribute 1.7% of that national GDP. So a lot of the economic growth behind the state, leading into the growth of the country starts here, is here in this valley, is here in this city. So just wanted to point that out. As we get closer to some of the statistics around our city, we've started to realize some of the strains of our housing market and the cost of living, and some real data that shows that growth that's happened from 2009 is starting to peak. So that this table here shows that the median price of single-family homes actually decreased last year 5%. While development activity remains strong, I just want to note that in the Great Recession, that development activity can change very, very quickly here. Another metric, it's not on this slide, that we also track is venture capital investment in the Valley. That's a big driver to the economy. And so in the recent years, that's grown considerably. And one of the trends that we're starting to see is some of that venture capital money is not just happening here in this Valley, it's being spread out to other cities, other technology hubs in other states. And so that's a different trend that we're starting to see. So just I think the bottom line here is we continue to be a strong generator in terms of economic activity, but we're starting to see some of the data elements to indicate that as we're at that peak, there's some downward pressure on slow growth. From a 10-year general fund forecast outlook, as I mentioned earlier, this is a planning tool. It's not a test about how accurate I can get in that 10th year, though we try to be accurate as a professional. We do compare ongoing general fund revenues and expenditures. And the presentations that you'll see around the 10-year forecasts are a net operating margin perspective. So it assumes that for any surplus or deficit, those are solved or spent with ongoing dollars every year. And so that's an important concept to consider when you're looking at the data. Just as a reminder of where we've been and where we've come and where we're going, when I started with the city a year and a half ago, we were in process of transitioning to a 2-year budgeting process. And so the cover here is that revised budget. It increased transparency from a transaction standpoint. We did an in-depth line-by-line review of our budgeted revenues and expenses. I mentioned the reserve levels here. And so if even before I was here, you may recall about 2.5 years ago, the forecast picture showed about $35 to $40 million of ongoing deficits. And so as we looked at the budget, as we transitioned and enhanced Santa Clara's fiscal management efforts, some of those numbers improved. We are in process of a 2-year capital budget process, so we'll continue those enhancement efforts as you'll see with the upcoming development of the budget. On this slide, I do want to point out that we do have a solid starting point. We do have a 10-year forecast for long-term planning. Generally speaking, our base revenues and expenses remain in close alignment, but I will show some slides here that do point to some challenges ahead. We've benefited from strong development and a long expansion, and so I'll talk on, when I get to the revenue portion of the presentation, I'll talk on some of the risk around budgeting and forecasting during a peak cycle, and so we'll touch on that base. If you look at the table or this pie chart here, it shows that from a economic activity level, I know Deanna mentioned the $5 billion of assets that we fiscally manage on an annual basis. It's a $1 billion budget. So what we're talking about when I'm talking about the forecast is primarily focused around the general fund. It's 20% of the pie, but I don't want to leave out, we do have a lot of important enterprises in our city, our utilities, and capital funding and special funds included in the conversation as well. From an assumption standpoint, we did look at CalPERS' latest projections. We do use a actuary that informs us over the 10 years of what those costs are. We had a study session last winter with our actuary. The forecast assumes a modest economic slowdown. I don't want to say it's a recession technically. It does factor in all our revenues and expenditures. It reflects the latest labor contracts that were approved by the City Council. And in a later slide, I do have a recession scenario that points to what it could look like if a recession were to occur. I do want to spend some time on the right-hand side here of this slide. What does it not include? And that first bullet is a large one, and as your finance director, one that concerns me from a planning standpoint is our capital project funding and unmet infrastructure needs. And so as we are in process of our capital budget development, historically we've had a process where we fund the first 2 years of capital needs, and the remaining years remains unfunded. So from a strategic planning perspective, we're looking at all our needs. We've worked with the public works departments and all the departments in the city to do a more thorough analysis of what's that inventory of needs so that we have a specific project list that's out there. The operations and maintenance costs and programming for some of those capital projects are not included in the forecast. This third bullet, public safety and technology equipment replacement. Historically, we've funded pay-as-you-go, and so in prior conversations, the conversation would be to both chiefs to fund some of those needs in their existing budget. And so from a strategic planning perspective, what we're trying to move towards is really having a 10-year outlook on what those equipment and technology needs are and finding the capacity to be able to replace those in a methodical way. Reserves, we funded on a pay-as-you-go basis, or a budget stabilization reserve as our budget grows, or to hit our council policy, and our pension reserve, we fund it through one-time dollars. So these are some of the elements that we'll continue to plan for building capacity, but they're not included in the forecast. This next slide shows a year ago, in the same retreat format, the forecast that was presented by my predecessor. As you can see here, the surpluses in the first 2 years were spent and used as part of the 2-year adopted operating budget, but we did have deficits in year 3 and 4 here. It's in those orange bar charts there, that they total about $2 million in deficits. And I will mention, 2.5 years ago, we had almost $40 million in deficits. This presentation here whittled that down through stronger and tighter budgeting. And so some of those easier ways to get at the budget through the tighter budgeting, those are no longer easily achievable. They're more difficult now to in terms of our budget. So as I talk through what the forecast looks like now, it's getting more difficult. And so these are some of the real challenges we'll continue to face as we plan looking ahead. Part of the forecast last year, we had identified some known risks that were not considered, but those items in red have 4 out of the 8 risks have begun to materialize. And so on this next slide here, those 4 risks that have materialized have contributed to about $11.4 million a year of ongoing impact to that forecast over the 10 years. And so I want to take some time to walk through that. As you know, the first item on here is this Stadium Authority performance rent of $2.7 million. That number has been mentioned before. Labor negotiations and other expenditures beyond assumptions. So a large part of that number is related to survey-based labor results. And with the fire department, that number totaled $1.6 million out of that 4.3. Another large expenditure assumption there that we've included in the forecast is related around minimum staffing overtime for the fire department. So working closely with Chief Torres on the overtime needed to perform the duties in the fire department. And historically there, I think we've under budgeted them. And so we're trying to get closer to what he really needs there. And the remaining impact there on the expense side relate to other contracts, workers' comp claims, and general liability claims. CalPERS, that third row there, about $0.7 million based on the latest numbers from CalPERS. And then that last item there, $3.7 million impacts when we look at the revenue side of the picture, dialing back our assumption on cannabis tax, and you'll get an update later this month on that effort. And then contribution in lieu is a contribution from our electric utility based on growth projections and actual revenues. We've adjusted the revenue picture. So when you consider all those known risks that have begun to materialize, this is the new look today. This is our best information that we have. That annual impact of the $11.4 million that I talked about on the previous slide brings that 4-year deficit total to about $13.3 million that must be resolved with ongoing solutions. So in that first year, there's a $4.8 million deficit. I do want to remind the council that we do have an adopted 2020-21 budget. And so our suggestion here is to bring forward a budget amendment to balance it with our reserves. And as we enter into the operating budget cycle, to really look strategically on closing the gap in a multi-pronged approach. And I have a couple slides on what that could look like. And then just to give context here, the $13.3 million, and then in the out years, we would return to a close to balanced level. As a percentage of our expenditure budget, it's about, it ranges from 0.2% to a 2% value on our expenditure budget. So that's just the context of the size of these numbers. Now, taking a deeper dive in both the revenue and the expense side of that forecast, our general fund revenues, approximately $260 million. Our top 3 here are property tax, sales tax, and transient occupancy tax make up almost 60% of the general fund revenue. So our reliance on 3 large revenue sources is significant. 2 out of those 3 are what I would call volatile sources through the ups and downs of the economy, and I'll talk more about that. So when we're forecasting from a peak level, that's just a concern that we'll continue to monitor from a revenue perspective and continue to watch. So property tax is our largest revenue generator. If you look at this graph here from the Great Recession, they're flat around $30 to $35 million. it almost looks like a line that goes straight up. And so that's reflective of the property values in the valley, the development that's occurred, and also the base 2% increase from Prop 13 that residents and businesses have. And so when you look at the growth, we have seen a decline in that growth. So 2 years ago, the growth we experienced was 11% in 2018-19. We do have quarterly meetings with the county, and that's projected to drop to 7% in 1920, so almost a 4% drop in 1 year. And then throughout the forecast period, what we do is we dial that down from the 7% this year to 6.5% next year, to a slower growth of about 4%, and then moderating around 5.5% in the out year. So it does consider that we do have development continuing in our city to the tune of $700 million to $1 billion in valuation. So when we talk about the large projects out there, we do assume some level of growth from a property tax perspective. So for sales tax, we do consult with a vendor, Muni Services, that provides us with some very detailed information related to the types of businesses and individual businesses that contribute to this revenue category. Business to business makes up the largest portion of that, 40% of our sales tax revenue. The second largest related to sales tax is construction sales tax. So because of the development in the valley, that's a large generator. And I do want to mention from an online sales perspective, we do receive sales tax through the county pools. We get about $10 million through the county pools. The bulk of that is online sales tax. And we are also carrying an additional amount because of a recent court ruling behind Wayfair and South Dakota that allows us to start collecting sales tax from online businesses that don't have a physical presence in the city. And so that projected number is about $1.2 million. So in total, about $11 million from online sales tax generation. Taking a look at our transient occupancy tax, this one has grown sharply, almost over a 200% growth since the Great Recession. And the drivers here are occupancy rates for our hotels. And so for the December 2019 data element, that occupancy rate was about 75% in the city. Average room rental rate was around $200 a night. And so that's a weighted average with all our hotels in the city. And so we have started to collect this data point this year. So we'll continue to monitor that based on the types of hotels that are in the pipeline, that are in the city, what our room rental rates and our occupancy rates are. So we'll start to see when you may have heard the very expensive weekday night rentals. Once those start to decline, we'll see that in the data as we project out. The dotted line here represents a 10-year average, and as I mentioned, the risk of forecasting during a peak. Everything above the line, if we were to hit a recession, that's my concern, that these revenues would fall back to that average or below. And so just want to point out that the revenues behind this forecast model are not overly conservative, but there's some risk in what the assumptions would have to materialize to hit those numbers. When you look on the expense side, the story behind the numbers on this chart is that we are a service-focused organization. Our services are public safety, parks, libraries, and so 75% of our costs are related to salaries and benefits to provide those services that the community values. And the other quarter there are the non-personnel, the contracts and utilities costs that are in the city. And I'll talk more about the expense side in another slide. On this next slide, this shows a recession scenario. So what we've done in the analysis is we've looked at those top 3 revenue generators, and we looked at the average decline over the last 3 or 4 recessions. What's been the drop for sales tax? And those, in the last couple recessions, that's been 14.2 and 15.9% drops in the sales tax. So if we move to a decline of 10%, and 5%, the numbers are reflected here. So this doesn't even take into account if we had a deep recession. This is just based on a sampling of past recessions. From a transient occupancy tax, historically, we've dropped 13% and 17% over the last couple recessions. So the assumptions here is that we would decline 10 to 15%. And then on the property tax side, the growth, this assumption here is assumed, but it would drop to a growth of 3% here in the last couple of recessions that models that. So as you can see, the orange bars there, that $13 million quickly grows to about $31 million ongoing. And I don't want to be the one to say that we will have a recession at a specific date, but if that were to delay, you would just move these orange bars out based on the timing of an actual recession. So something to keep in mind from a planning perspective. So this next slide focuses on challenges, risks, and opportunities. And this is the first time we've looked at the data in that pie chart of if we were to look at our organization and what's the flexibility to look at some of the areas where potentially we could look at how we deliver services. We've categorized this into non-discretionary items where we have very little or almost no control in those areas, and they include CalPERS unfunded liability costs or debt costs, fixed operating costs such as the utilities to keep our street lights on and signals on, and fee-supported activities. That makes up 1/3 of the pie. The other 1/3 is public safety. They're in orange, and then the remaining 1/3 is about $93 million there to kind of work with when we're talking about the flexibility to look at what we're doing as an organization and close the gap. And so it really puts into perspective some of the numbers and the areas and the levers that we have to kind of close that gap. I mentioned unfunded needs. We do have a lot around capital and equipment. Department service delivery models is something that I would recommend as part of the strategy moving forward to look at how we deliver services in our city. And then also keeping in mind the volatile categories that we have as we look forward and try to close that gap in a strategic way. This slide's been presented before. As you know, pension costs and the increase in pension costs continues to be a concern to our budget. We do have 3 categories that we pay for: retirees, classic members, and PEPRA for new employees. Over the 10 years in the general fund, those costs are expected to grow $26 million. And from an unfunded liability, our total here is $570 million in total, and of that, about 65 to 70% of that are related to retirees. So we are funding in our budget the cost of retirement for prior employees. Now, taking a look at capital projects, I mentioned earlier that we're in the middle of developing our 2-year CIP. And so departments submitted capital request specific projects that total in the general fund. So when you're not looking at our utilities and when you're not looking at areas where we do have dedicated funding sources, over 5 years, that total is almost $190 million. In reserves today, we have about $27.5 million available, of which $10 million because of a legal settlement for ADA compliance leaves about $17 million available to fund capital projects over that 5 years. So we continue to look, and later this month we'll talk more about the bonding opportunities that are before us and the decisions that the council will need to consider. When you look beyond the 5-year period, that $190 million number grows to close to $1 billion, and I'll talk more about that in a couple slides. So even beyond the November 2020 ballot, our strategy and our planning around developing an ongoing source of revenue for capital projects will be needed to meet the needs. When you look at the $190 million over the themes, over the project areas, 40% of that's in the transportation area related to your bike and pedestrian sidewalks, pavement and potholes, and your signals and your crosswalk traffic safety infrastructures. Parks, I will note, as part of that number, it does not include the swim center. And so, part of the master plan and conversation around the bond, we'll need to look at the swim center as well. Storm drains are a large component. We do have several storm drains in the city. So from a flood prevention standpoint, investments in that area will be critical. And then our other facilities around fire and community facilities are identified here on the slide. When you look at a longer-term basis, we have had reports presented to the City Council. So around the parks area, the Kitchell report was presented in December 2017, identified $100 million of needs at the time. And so when you escalate that, it's more than $150 million. We had a storm drain master plan developed and presented, totaling over $300 million. Transportation, I mentioned some of the needs there, tens of millions of dollars. When you look at pavement, almost $10 million a year. A new civic center, the cost there, if you keep the existing city hall or build a new city hall, we'll need to consider putting funding to keep them maintained. Our fire stations, historic buildings, courtyards, and ADA plan all have needs. And then when you look at the library and the needs from the city's growth, some additional capacity needed there. So overall, an inventory of close to $1 billion of capital needs. Here's the timeline around the bond or parcel tax discussion. We will bring forward a study session on February 11th. To discuss infrastructure needs and potential bond packages. I will bring up additional revenue opportunities even beyond the 2020 year, just to start taking a look at some options as well. We do have a polling and outreach consultant close to on contract. And so that effort will start after the March special election, and we'll poll out to see what the community favors or what would vote for from a project perspective and from a bonding capacity, if that's the direction of the City Council. And then with the target here of July 14th as the final date to finalize the language that would go into a November 2020 ballot. I talked about options to close some of those gaps. So I mentioned that we do have an adopted budget, and our recommendation here would be to close that gap with existing reserves. This is one of many potential strategies to close that gap. We would look at our existing contracts and non-personnel expenses that potentially could achieve $2 to $3 million of savings ongoing. Looking at our service delivery options and vacant positions, another $2 to $3 million. How we pay out when employees leave could produce some savings. On the revenue side of the picture, the City Council has recently taken action and reviewed a study that showed that we have $23 million in subsidies. So if we were to move closer to cost recovery on some of those fees, could generate $2 to $3 million. And then if we look at our neighboring cities, other revenue opportunities where we're behind when compared to our neighboring cities could bring another $3 to $5 million. So this is one scenario or plan that could close that gap. We will continue to dialogue with the council and with the city manager's office and as an organization to kind of strategize behind the deficits that are in the picture. On the revenue side, I mentioned neighboring cities, so ballot opportunities beyond November 2020. We've looked at and considered, and we'll have to continue to look at a utility users tax. There's been dialogue around a business license. We do have an employee-based business license today. It's very old, it's very antiquated. There's no CPI built in, and so it caps out at $500 a business, and so the cost to deliver services for that business is considerably higher, so modernizing that business tax would be an effort to consider. Franchise fees, documentary transfer tax, so this is a tax that's applied on the resale of homes, something to look at when you look at our neighboring cities. We're very low. And I mentioned the parcel tax and bonds. So again, when we're looking at revenue opportunities compared to our neighboring cities, there are some. They will take work and effort to get there, but we have time to plan for that. From a storm perspective, we're monitoring legislation throughout the state. There's been some state legislation that allows us to consider that a Prop 218 fee, but we're waiting for the courts to validate that. So that's kind of in a holding pattern. As we look at development, exploring CFDs, so for new development to pay for the cost of maintaining those new resources that would be required. Improving our fees, I talked about that. The bullet above that, a proactive revenue review and collection, that's something that's on my work plan that I think we can take a look at how we collect our outstanding revenues, how we look at our approach to invoicing and possibly have some opportunity there to gain some revenues there. And then consideration of future impact fees. The council recently acted on a parks impact fee, so other impact fees that possibly could close that gap. Part of the action before you today is adoption of budget principles. And so this is the guiding framework that leads us and guides us through the city's budget development. And so I won't go through each one of them on here, but a lot of them are similar and from a broad perspective help frame the budget conversation, in this case, to meet the needs for capital and close the gap on the operating side. As far as next steps and the budget calendar, we're here today to talk about the adoption of the budget principles. From a stadium budget perspective, there's a couple dates in March to weigh in on the stadium budget. We are working on that actively as we speak. In April, we are planning to bring forward a proposed municipal fee schedule. Since we've done an in-depth view of our municipal fees, we're not going to recommend a large change to that schedule, but areas where we may have missed or opportunities that we have, and then any fees that we've typically applied a CPI factor, we'll bring forward to you for adjustment. And then it leads us into the release of the budget projected April 27th and some study session dates in May and June for a final adoption in that last meeting in June. So the work ahead is a lot, but here's that map to get there. So the recommendations before you are adoption of the budget principles, note and file the 10-year financial forecast. And then later this month, there will be further discussion on revenue measures at the February 11th study session. And so that closes the fiscal outlooks portion of my presentation. I do want to touch on a question that was raised yesterday related to IT projects and then dive a little deeper on the financial management system. And so working with Garv, our IT director, over the last fiscal year, the work plan included 35 projects, of which 16 were completed, 5 are ongoing, and this year, very similar number, 31 projects on the work plan, 7 completed. And so there is continual progress, active progress being made towards modernizing our city systems. It's a really important effort. So some of those listed here completed include our public records and e-discovery system, storm and card access and security upgrades. From a desktop and software perspective, we've upgraded to Windows 10 and Office 365, and you've seen some of the AV upgrades in the chamber and public-facing website. That last bullet here, some of the efforts underway are police records management system, a permitting system for Acela is in the works. We have enterprise document management system in Laserfish, and utility bill pay is underway. And I do want to mention here on the financials HR system, we do have a statement of qualifications on the street. We're looking for consultants to help us with our payroll and financial system. And so we've identified 70 specific areas where we can improve our system. And so we're looking for consultants to come on and help that process and workflow. We also have a consultant on the purchasing side. So Mark's, our purchasing manager, is working closely to identify what's our current workflow process how can we enhance that process as a city and around the system to gain some efficiencies. On the topic of cybersecurity, I'll tee it off here and then I'll invite Gaurav to come up if he wants to add anything. We did have investments in the adopted budget over the last over the 2-year budget cycle. Almost $500,000 was approved in the budget, the equivalent of 1.5 FTE through our contractor. To focus on improving our security, to take a proactive approach on response related to email threats, filtering, PCI compliance, firewalls, and so a lot of work effort is already underway in the area of cybersecurity. We do understand it is a council priority. We take it very seriously, and so there are dollars, almost $500,000 in the approved budget around this, and so. Anything, Gaurav, you want to add? Okay. So with that, I do want to conclude my presentation and open it up. Staff's available for any questions that you might have.
Gaurav, did you want to add anything?
I think, Ken, you did an exceptional job for the slides I gave you like 10 minutes ago. Literally. But as you know, the city's digital assets and information on residents is very important and critical to assuring public trust. We take that very seriously. We have an entire program around it. There are numerous systems in every department and that have critical information, sensitive information. And so as we've gone year over year, we've literally reduced the risk to those systems by about 50% by modernizing those systems. Those new systems are now cloud ready, mobile ready, they have a public portal, and they're cyber secure. So that whole program of funding some of these applications throughout the city is paying off. It's showing dividends, and it's making our cyber and our digital assets much more secure. So cyber insurance is a key aspect of that. Information security policies is a key aspect of that. We did mandatory training for all users because at the end of the day, you'll get a malware that an employee will click on, and that's social engineering is the most common way of exploiting our system. So there's 1.5 security professionals that's focused on that. So thank you for that investment. That really is heads down looking at security operations and projects. That's all they're doing. So that's a key focus and a critical way of moving our strategy forward.
Can I ask Gaurav a question? You read in the newspaper about cities being, attacked, and they weren't prepared for what was happening, and they're just taken over. So we just want to make sure Santa Clara doesn't end up in that position. Yeah, if somebody did that, like the ransomware and other things, that's what we want to make sure we're protected. Councilmember O'Neill was just telling me Silicon Valley Power has more obligations than even the city. You want to talk about that?
Well, about the requirements under FERC, since we're part of the whole grid system, that we have to make sure that we're not exposing our part of the grid or letting people access in. There's all the risk points. So I know SVPs had to, if you wanted to.
Yep. Thank you, Manuel Pineda, Assistant City Manager. That's correct. We do have additional obligations, and we work internally as well as outside consultants to make sure we maintain those in our cybersecurity process. In addition to that, we've been working very closely with Gaurav and IT in conversion of some of our other uses, so we can kind of work together in collaboration with the system IT support group as well. So we do both.
Thank you. We just want to make sure we're well protected here.
Yeah, I think on the ransomware, that's a key aspect. I get an email from Deanna in the middle of the night anytime another local municipality is compromised, and we're very, very heightened and aware. So we have done an entire audit from a third party that's come in and looked at each step of our process, specifically for ransomware as well as our security controls. They've said we're in good shape. With that said, we have a roadmap. We're implementing a lot of things. Our controls and our cybersecurity, ransomware threats, we did a tabletop. So we're engaging and we're constantly vigilant. It's a matter of hygiene as well, having good patch systems. I know some of our users complain about the amount of IT patches we're pushing out, but we're pushing them out the moment those vulnerabilities are discovered. And so that's a little price that you pay in terms of keeping your systems patched and always up to date, having very good backups, having good policies. So it's an entire hygiene and a culture around it. It's not just one IT thing that we're doing, it's awareness and many, many capacities.
Thank you. Can I ask Director Lee, first of all, thank you very much for that presentation. Incredible. I know you've been the director for only a short time, but you would have never known it by looking at this. Thank you. You've settled into your position very well. Thank you. The fiscal outlook, do those revenues that you're projecting, does that include the revenue from our land lease on the related property?
Yes, it does. It includes the land lease revenue. Yeah.
Thank you.
Other questions for Director Lee?
Thank you for the detailed presentation. I appreciate that. A couple of questions. On the sales tax slide, I saw the peak of 16, 17. There was a slight peak. You know why that peak was, and then we fell down back again? Yeah.
The sales tax. So the peak in sales tax, and also there's a slight peak there in property tax. There were one-time adjustments. The way that the state filled in some of the sales tax funding, and so there was a true-up payment that we received in that 1 year. So it's not an ongoing trend. It was an anomaly for that 1 year.
Okay, so some back payment was made to the
Correct.
city.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. And next slide, where we have a salary component, salary and benefit, almost 77%. Yes. So this is a bit concerning to me. Like, I think if you compare with some other cities, if I recall it, we were at 72% last time. 18, 19, 19, 20 or something. And now we are going almost 76.9, 77% of our budget towards salary and benefits. So I just want to say it's a bit concerning because we are only left with 23% for other works. So I don't know how we plan this out so that we can reduce this percentage. It's tough, but either increase the revenue or something. But I just want to point out this is concerning. And I'm trying to compare with other cities too, our neighboring cities, where we were already, like I think Sunnyvale was at 59 or something last time we compared to ours. So that's one of the concerns I have. Okay, so you answered that question. I had a question about what we plan for recession scenarios. I think you answered in the next slide. That's fine. Unfunded liability. I know we have a $570 million unfunded liability for the pension. Does that 570 include the projections as per the actuarial, like recession and other stuff, because the rate of return would be lower and then our liability will be more on that? Does that include all those factors?
It does not. What that number includes is it's a point in time that CalPERS, when they have their actuaries look at the available funding and from an actuarial basis, what those liabilities are. And so CalPERS has assumptions with regards to investment returns, with regards to age and demographics. So there are literally hundreds of different assumptions that go into that number. And so CalPERS provides that number as a point in time.
Oh, okay. And I recall we had our own.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. And just to clarify also, we do work with an actuary that forecasts over a longer period of time, 10 years, and we do build in some assumption, and we've had discussions observed at the CalPERS level that rate potentially could go lower, and so CalPERS is going to reevaluate that rate in fall of 2021, and so our actuary projections include an assumption that rate decreases from 7 to about 6.5 over a 10-year period.
That was my question, because as per our consultant's report, Is this number going to go up 570 to, do we have that number, like it will go further up? If
No, I
rate
mean-
of return goes down from 7 to 6.5?
So our forecasting takes into account additional conservatism that would mean if, for example, if CalPERS were to drop the rate today from, let's say, 7 to 6.25, that unfunded liability would go up because they would have a lower return of investment that's assumed. And so when we work with our actuary, we do build in that level of assumption that the unfunded liability, if they were to change, all things being equal, that assumption, we would be able to plan for and cover those changes as part of our projections.
And then we have to readjust this number in our projection.
Correct. The actual number would change, but our planning takes that into account.
Thank you. Next one is capital projects. Like we only have $17.5 million for next 5 years. That is really, really concerning. If we take out of 27, like 10 million for our ADA fixes. So that is really concerning. I'm just trying to point out like what are the highlights, what are concerning points to me.
Absolutely, and I share those concerns. And if I may just provide some context here, historically, the city's transferred from the general fund, at least the last 2 or 3 years, about $8 to $10 million a year. And so the $27 million that we have available is not inconsistent with what we've done in the past, where we fund 2 years of about $10 million. But what's different, I think, when what's staggering about the numbers, we've worked with Public Works and all the departments to identify what are all our needs in the city, and what's, from a project-specific basis, what over the next 5 years, what would we need to maintain our infrastructure? And so from a planning perspective and the need to find an ongoing revenue source instead of a pay-as-you-go, one-time funded approach, from a strategic planning perspective, I think that's where a lot of the work effort over the next few years and moving forward will need to occur.
And other thing was the unfunded capital project infrastructure, like almost $1 billion. That's another one we need to really deep dive, like that's another unfunded item. And you mentioned that there are opportunities where our neighboring cities have some avenues where they are making revenues. We are not making those revenues. And I have been talking about the business tax, license tax. That's one good one we should look on top of the priority, I think. And you did mention a couple of others, so those are good options to look at. And once again, thank you very much for detailed study on that. I appreciate all the projections. I know they can never be perfect, but you did a great job. Thank you.
Thank you.
Other questions for Director Lee?
Thank you, Ken. I know this was a long and tiring venture that you had, changing our budget, giving us a beginning balance and an ending balance. And I appreciate the fact that you can give us the good and the bad. And if a recession did hit, what if scenario makes me really crazy, but okay. We have to be realistic. When you have these quarterly meetings with the county, what is he citing as the drop in property tax?
So I will talk generally speaking. I mean, the county gives us every city. It's not just meeting with us, but it's meeting with all the cities in the county. And what they look at is they look at your base growth. So for Prop 13, if you have valuation that's not at the assessed value, there's your base 2% growth. And on top of that, what gets layered on are reassessments due to transactions and then also growth. And so they go out and look at developments and how they've progressed, the investments that have gone into those developments, and come up with an estimate for what that value is. And so the data does lag, and so they do use January data. So this month, this data will be used for next year's property tax. So it does lag 18 months. And so I do want to say that the decrease in the growth is, if I were to guess, is primarily just based on the adjustment for development that's going through the pipeline and the variances and the volatility of large projects and when they occur.
Okay. Well, you would never know it with all the cranes that you see in the South Bay, but, you know, curious about that. The other thing that was cited was the 2.7 million for the stadium. They cited, increasing costs, and we're not getting anything. So what is, I know that you're exploring these things, you're going to bring them back to us on February 11th to try to balance that, but is there something that, is this going to come out of reserves? I mean, you said you needed to balance, you wanted us to balance out of reserves. And I just kind of, not happy about that, but if that's what we have to do to amend, to balance, I'm wondering, like, what else out of the 4 things that you said happened, if something else hits us again, and I know you gave us the one scenario, but where is that money going to come from? I mean, is it really going to come from reserves, or is there a way that we're going to be able to get out of this without using reserves? I'm just kind of going this way, like,
Sure.
help us.
If I may clarify, the reference to reserves is just one approach, and it's approach based on the fact that we do have an adopted budget for 2021 and an adopted operating budget because we have a 2-year cycle. And so we do have time to then strategize and move forward and replenish those reserves if that capacity is there, but we would be looking toward ongoing solutions to close the gap, and that could be a myriad of different ways, both on the revenue side and on the expense side.
That's an important point. If we can go back to the 10-year forecast that Ken had showed, the revised, in that the 11.4 million impact it's only as, these numbers are only as good as we address the 11.4 in year 1 with ongoing. To the extent that we don't, then we have to add whatever amount we do not address to all the 4 years. And the ongoing deficit actually gets higher if we don't. And so for purposes of balancing the budget, we'll need to look at internal expenditures, position controls on vacancies, as well as other remedies that might come from new revenue that allow for us to create some relief in terms of how we handle balancing services that the council and the community requires, as well as the expenditure reality here.
And just my concern is, in past administrations, they balanced the budget on reserves and brought us down to a very low, scary rate. And I don't want to have to go through that again, because you took great pains in getting us up to an $80 million reserve. So why would we even try? So I'm looking at this as, let's find a way to do it, and that is Plan B if it ever happens, but I don't want it to happen. I think that the work that you've done, I don't want it to go backwards because of some crazy stuff. So, and I know that you're bringing back everything on February 11th. I would really like to see where we are with the other cities. I think when we had that conversation, give me the numbers, where are we, where can we pick up numbers here and there, and hopefully the growth will stay, that we won't have that whole downturn. And I have been the biggest proponent of making that little pie slice of TOT a lot larger, even though it is volatile. It's good for us in the city because it's not our money, so to speak. It's other people's money. They come to see us. It's a good way of having a revenue stream, but I really like to see if we can add more onto that one. And I think that was it for now, but my biggest thing was the property tax. You answered that question, not using the reserves and trying to be a little bit more fiscally responsible. And I know that you have one-time monies that you have put towards the unfunded liability, and somehow at the end of the year, you guys pop up and say, oh yeah, we found $5 million. And that's where we're gonna put it. And if you can do that again and you hit me with a $10 million, I'll be even happier. So thank you, Ken.
Part of what our challenge will be is for the budget development is we can present a scenario in terms of remedying on an ongoing basis the $11.4 million expenditure reduction and what trade-offs or impacts it will have, so that the council can find a right balance in terms of what does that mean for service reductions, and whether there is an appetite to look at the reserves as a way to bridge until we find out if any of the measures that the council puts on for revenue generation, like a TOT, if that revenue can offset those cuts. And so there would be an opportunity to bridge through reserves for a short term until those new revenues come in.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Anything else? Yes.
Go ahead, Kathy.
Okay, I just have two quick things. I find it interesting that our city budget is $1 billion and our capital impacts are $1 billion. I think if we just shut the city down for a year and save all the money and then put it towards capital, that'll take care of everything. But I don't think that would be a very popular idea. But I just find it interesting that they're both the same. One question I had, Ken, I was just doing some reading last night on what cities do in terms of when they come up against these issues. Are there, I mean, as a city, we do pay state taxes towards that are targeted towards, are earmarked towards certain things, and I'm sure it various infrastructure. Is there any way, or do we look at taxes, city taxes that we pay to the state that maybe have not been utilized by the state that can be returned back to the locality, you know, from which they came from? Do we look at those?
I mean, we have allocation-based, so a good example are the type of taxes you pay on your vehicle license fee. And so we do get some of those back through set allocations, and we get that in the transportation area. We get some of that in the public safety area. I do say that, you know, we will need to look as part of the strategy to get more revenues as what else could we be doing. And so that's not just for state revenue and taxes, but also from a grant perspective and leveraging grants and making our money go farther. So all of those approaches would be on the table to look at and as part of our future work plan to explore.
Great. Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
I just had a couple questions. So to touch a little bit on Councilmember Davis's issue about the property tax. So we're not really, at this point, we're not projecting a drop in sales tax. We're just talking about a reduction in the rate of growth. Isn't that correct?
That's absolutely correct.
Right. So, I mean, you know, we all forget about the dark ages, you know, of less than 10 years, you know, 10 years ago or whatever, when, you know, when we were seeing a very different scenario in all facets of our economy. So I think we, you know, once again, you very quickly forget that, and you get into the heady times of those kinds of growth, which are great if you already own a house, you're already in, you know, or whatever. But there's the downside to that. So we're still looking at with growth in our, you know, valuation, but we, you know, it's only logical to assume it just can't keep the rate of growth. I mean, that, like I said, that's just like a superheated situation that gets very, you know, risky. And actually, the TOT, I was right on some of my little, you know, amateur predictions about the recession, but one thing I was wrong about, I didn't think that business travel would come back the way it has, just because of the amount of remote training and conferences, you know, just so much, you know, what I was seeing was, you know, not nearly as much, you know, travel for meetings and things like that. But it's come back much more strongly than I ever thought it would have. So it will be interesting to see if there is another recession, if it rebounds that way. I think part of what helped us around here was it was just the number of companies that were choosing to locate here. So it was like that base continued to build for like business and conference travel. And it wasn't just, you know, we weren't working on the travel that was associated with the business space that we previously had. Because I know some of the developers, I've asked them, did you ever foresee that we would have this rate of growth going on? And a number of them have said, no, we didn't see it. You know, like when I was on the General Plan Steering Committee, I think I'm the only one here that probably was. But at the time, that's partially why we went to that phased approach, is because we were trying to anticipate growth. But we missed the mark in terms of what was going to actually happen. So I do think that we have to look at perhaps this recovery as very much an anomaly, and certainly in its rate, you know, its duration. But I was recently at a financial forecast session related to my retirement fund, and you know, they're kind of saying that they're not seeing any of their indicators for a recession, or even, you know, well, for at least a year and 18 months to 2 years. They're feeling that the market is still has at least about an 18-month run to go before we start seeing some consolidation there. So on the, obviously the pension expenses are very much a topic, and I know that you do work with Bartel and Associates. So I take it they're factoring in when we look at that growth in liability, when we look at, and there's kind of like I think a bubble. I mean, when you look at long-term increasing PERS costs, so that does factor in just the, the as Debbie likes to talk about, all the boomers and the silver tsunami, when that wave kind of goes through. I know theoretically, like folks will say to me, well, I'm not costing the city any more money because I'm already retired. Well, in the best of all worlds, that would be true, but because of these gaps in in the performance by PERS, we are having to still pay into that. So to the long-term numbers, they are reflecting that a demographic bubble will go through, and then there will be less people in the pension system.
It does consider that. I would say that when we looked at Bartel's projections, that bubble it's probably, I want to say 12 to 15 years out. So it's a little bit outside of this 10-year forecast, but we do have that data. There's literally hundreds and thousands of assumptions that go into that, but it is out there, but it does have that in our projections.
Mm-hmm. And I also make the comment that, we've observed that Santa Clara is like a high-touch city. We have value a lot of services, and there's a number of those services are quite expensive to deliver, particularly public safety and the level of response that people receive in this city. So I think that we do need to, as we are looking to fine tune everything else, and I know that there have been management studies at the police department and with the fire department, and so I think that perhaps as we go forward, that those are areas where we can look at. I particularly have suggested. I remember having a conversation with city manager and a fire chief shortly after I came on the council. The fact that for the fire department, you certainly always have to have that fire protection in place, as we have seen with some notable examples in the past year here in Santa Clara. But when probably 90% of the requests for service for the fire department are medical or some other emergency response, and to look at, how is a way that we can most efficiently provide those very needed services, at a way that maybe changes the whole cost model.
Anything else?
I do request, when you get a time, like a related project, City Place project is a huge project, multi-billion-dollar project. Whatever projection numbers we put in this forecast, if you get a chance later on, you can share with us. This year we are this type, business tax and property tax, whatever we are.
Absolutely.
It would be nice to have.
Okay.
Thank you.
Excellent. Yes. Vice Mayor Hardy.
Very quickly, I was just going through the budgetary principles, and I wanted to focus on 7 and 13. 7 being making certain that our principle is we use one-time unrestricted revenues for one-time uses. And I worry that if we're looking at using our reserves for covering deficits, that's where we're maybe getting into some trouble, because it's not part of our principles, but that means just the one-time unrestricted revenues. Also, that was just more of a comment. Also, number 13, this is more for the management here of each department in the city. Engage employees to contribute new and innovative ideas during the department budget development process. I found, I work for the school district, that many times people, the feet on the ground, those in the trenches, will see where there's good use of funds and resources and maybe not as good of. And I'd like to see us engage those who are doing that work and helping us to see where we could better use our resources. And that is part of our budgetary principles. Thank you.
Okay. Anything else from council?
I have one more question I just remembered. On the whole issue about the franchise fees, like we've been working on the garbage contracts, I forget, I know we changed the rate structure. Did we look at, does that include a change in our franchise fee?
It would not have. The franchise fees, I think we have some on garbage and a couple other vendors, and so the cost for the contract itself, I don't believe would have changed that franchise fee to the general fund.
Okay, one of the few action items from council is to adopt the budget principles, the 2020-2021 budget principles, and Ken had displayed those. They are in your packet. It's the very last document under tab 2. Is council prepared to adopt those budget principles, the 2020-21 budget principles?
You need a motion?
I'm not sure. Do we need a motion? Let's do a motion.
I'd like to-
Mayor Gilmore, if you could walk us through and make sure we get that formally adopted.
Is there a motion to approve the budget principles?
I'd like to make the motion to approve the budget principles.
Second. Motion second. Any discussion from the council? We'll have to go to the public. Is there any comments from the public on the budget principles? Motion on the floor, please come forward.
Good morning, Mayor and Council, City staff. I'm pleased that City Manager Santana has been emphasizing upgrades to our technology and implemented a 2% technology fee for permits. I believe in investing more in automation and upgrading our technology, which would increase productivity and the ability to comply with new state reporting and disclosure laws. Software that I could see the city adopting would be auditing software for Airbnbs, upgrades to implement intelligent and network traffic lights. So we have reserves of $80 million. Director Lee suggested that if we had a 3-year recession, the aggregate deficit would be $31 million. And of course, reserves are to handle recessions and downturns. So to me, it seems like, I like to see reserves, but since we do have this need for more technology to increase productivity, I could see maybe spending some of those reserves to upgrade the technology that would then pay back in productivity. So I would like to see that. I saw that dialing back assumptions on cannabis resulted in a negative $3.7 million hit to the budget. We already have delivery of cannabis to Santa Clara, so I wanted to understand whether that would improve our budget. And then finally, to add revenue to our budget, it seems like we should be charging for parking at the convention center and the Tasman garage. That would reduce traffic and encourage carpooling. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other member of the public, please come forward. Morning.
Good morning. I'm not sure whether this, I'm not sure I understand everything that's going on. So if I'm inappropriate, just let me know.
Okay.
So what I would like to know is if, again, the amount to buy the options for Franklin and Washington Street are included in the 2020 budget. I don't know if this is the time to ask that again, or guide me, please.
City Manager, do you want to answer that? It's not on this particular motion, but it would be coming up, I think.
So we are in process of developing a proposed budget for the City Council to consider, and included in that proposed budget will be a scenario of how the council could implement the request that Mary just made, and so you will be able to consider it and approve it or take action separate from it if you don't want to approve it. But we are planning on putting forward a financial model to acquire the Franklin.
But the timing on that financial would be for the June budget
It's under development, and we will release the draft budget in May, and then council will hear it in June and act on it.
So the draft budget will come out in May, Mary, and then that's when
Thank you very
we'll
much.
be able to first look at it, and then the budget's approved really the middle to end of June of 2020.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, so we have a motion and a second to adopt the budget principles for 2021. Any member of the council? All right, all those in favor? Aye. Opposed? None. Motion carries unanimously. Thank you.
Okay, we'll move on to our next item, which is the communications project. And are we ready to do that? Go right on through. Good, excellent, very good. So we'll cue this up with. Excuse me.
Okay, 5-minute break.
Okay, yeah, 5-minute break, and I'll be the taskmaster here. So we're going to reconvene at 10:30. Yeah, I'm going to. Yeah. There, exactly. Okay, we are now moving into the communications segment of the agenda. And for council, the materials are under tab 3 in your binders. Tab 3. Linka Wright, your communications director, will kick this off with a brief presentation and then turn it over to Threefold and Circle Point for presentations, and then we'll open it up for council discussions and Q&A. Linka, you're ready.
Thank you, Sean. And make sure, can you hear me all right, everyone?
Right into it.
Okay. There we go. Well, good morning, Mayor Gilmore and council members. I'm Lenka Wright, Director of Communications. First off, thank you for your continued support of the public communications function. Yesterday, you met the newest member of our team, Lon Peterson, who is here again today. Lon, if you can kind of do a little wave. Great. Thank you, Lon. He will be officially joining the city team a week from Monday as our new communications and outreach manager. Also with me this morning are the city's newest communication consultants. To my right, meet Ivy Robinson and Sarah Seward of Circle Point. And a little farther to my right are Carolyn Hopkins Vasquez and Jeff Ackler of Threefold Communications. So you'll hear more from them in a little bit, but first, I'd like to give you an overview of the 2020 State of City Communications. So as you know, one of the council's strategic pillars is enhanced community engagement and transparency. And one of the ways we support this policy priority is through proactive communications. Our objectives for reaching out to the community and other stakeholders is threefold. Essentially, building stronger connections within the community, providing clear communications that better reflects our city brand as the center of what's possible, and utilizing technology to better enhance engagement and seeking out new tools as they come on the market to better engage our residents. So you also have a handout of our 2020 Communications Planner. It looks like this. And this is our content calendar of the year. As you can see, there are quite a few items on our calendar over the next 12 months. And take note that these topics, dates are all subject to change. But this is a way that we can plan ahead, be strategic in how we're communicating about issues, events, programs that affect our residents, businesses, and other stakeholders. And speaking of, storytelling is key to resonating with one's target audience. And we've broken it down into 3 groupings, which are community, business, and city employees. To connect through storytelling, it has to be authentic. And we must get through all that noise, all those distractions, so our city message reaches the public. You know, I've heard many of you saying yesterday about the need to make our city communications easier to understand and avoid what I call city speak. And that's when we get a bit bureaucratic, we talk in acronyms and so forth. I think you get what I'm saying. So something that comes to mind for me is a famous quote by civil rights activist, poet, and award-winning author Maya Angelou. And here's what she said. I've learned that people will forget what you said, people will forget what you did, but people will never forget how you made them feel. And that really is what storytelling is. And for us, how do we tell our city's story that makes it memorable? So everyone receives information differently, and we want to provide information where they are without requiring a visit to City Hall. And that's why we have multiple communication channels to connect with our community. Now, these include in person, of course, but also print, web-based, such as the city website and social media, and our very own government channel, Santa Clara City Television. So let's talk about print. We have Inside Santa Clara, the latest edition for winter spring went out earlier this month, and it is currently undergoing a redesign. We had an online survey that will help inform the new look and feel. And although we only received about a dozen responses to that survey, they were actually very good, very constructive feedback that we received. And so that's going to help us in transforming this publication into something that's easier to consume online and something you want to pick up and read off of someone's coffee table. And we're also looking at having a change from 3 times a year that people receive it to 4 times a year. And we are still looking at it going out in the mail, that people receive it in their mailboxes, because currently it goes out to all residential and business addresses, but also make it easier to read it online too. Then we also have Mission City Scenes. This is our monthly utility bill insert. This is a great way to get timely news and events to the public. Again, let me stress, this is once a month, so this is a great way to get information into the hands of the people we serve. And then we have the ever popular city calendar and annual report. Let me tell you, we start getting calls about the calendar right after Thanksgiving. When is it coming? I want that calendar. And this year's theme is Love Santa Clara. This was a soft launch to our Love Santa Clara initiative. And you will hear Threefold Communications talk a little bit about this upcoming initiative. So again, that calendar, we won't change a thing with it. And of course, online, we have our new website, and it launched in early December. We've received a lot of good feedback about it. It is now mobile friendly, and we're continuously improving it. We know we still have some work to do on the search function. It is better than it was before. However, we are continuing to receive feedback from the community and continuing to work with our vendor as well as communications and IT, and how can we better improve search. And I thought you would find this interesting. Since the site went live, our top 5 most popular pages visited are my utilities account, police department, residential garbage and recycling, arrest log. Apparently, Santa Clarans want to know who might be going to jail, and the fire department. Yes, yes. And we
Speed fire.
And then this is incredible. Nearly 47,000 people subscribe to our city news and information updates. They pick out which categories they're interested in, kind of news you can use, and they get it directly into their email. And I'll be talking a little bit more about how we're going to be upgrading this e-notification system, but I mean, those numbers are amazing. The 18% open rate, that's pretty good. It's decent as far as for a public agency. So we're going to continue to improve that system, and I'll tell you a little bit about that coming up. Of course, I believe it was Vice Mayor Hardy who talked about the My Santa Clara app, and that has been great as far as with making it easier for the public to make service requests and stay up to date. And then over the last year, we had nearly a dozen surveys through our Open City Hall platform. And examples of those surveys that concluded in 2019 are the community input on the next fire chief. And I think that turned out pretty good. We have our fire chief, Torres, right here. So we got good feedback from the community about that. The 2019 cleanup campaign resident satisfaction survey, and of course the beta website survey that we got really good feedback when we did that initial beta website launch to get feedback, and we use that information to further improve the new website before it went live in December. And of course, we are very social. We're continuing to see an increase in followers on the city's social media platforms, but the growth is slowing to about 1 or 2% a year. And this is not unusual. It's not something just the city of Santa Clara is experiencing. It's across the board. But that's something just to keep in mind as to how can we better use these social media tools to target the audiences on those platforms. If you're using Instagram or you're using Nextdoor, there's a different way you should approach it. And so that's something that we're going to look at with our social media strategy and how can we fine tune it. In the latter half of 2019, the main city accounts had more than, get this, 400 posts on Facebook, over 100 posts on Nextdoor, and nearly 360 tweets on Twitter. And actually, I stand corrected, that's in a 6-month period. So we are definitely out there communicating. And the city has its own government channel, Santa Clara City Television. Thank you, Councilmember Davis. And we have some folks in the room who make that channel come to life. We have two, David Gary here, not present, are Benton and Leaf. And this is a great way to bring government straight to the people. They can see what's happening at council meetings, stadium authority meetings. And I just want to point out that we produced 27 videos between July and December. And these are all we have Santa Clara Source, which summarizes city council meetings. We also have a public service announcement. We had one recently about preparing for winter weather. And so this is a great way to get information to folks in a quick video, 30 seconds, less than a minute. And these really do well on social media as well. And of course, we can leverage Santa Clara City Television for visual storytelling. And that's something that we're going to be looking at in the coming year, especially with Lon joining us. That will be something that we're going to be looking at. How can we tell our city story better? And of course, we're sometimes in the news. And I want to spend a little time about media relations and about the current media landscape. So here are some interesting statistics coming to you straight from the Public Relations Society of America. As you know, media is changing. Bloomberg reported that in 2019 alone, more than 3,000 people were laid off from traditional and new media companies. We now have social media companies creating their own newsrooms. CNN reported back in October that LinkedIn is building its own newsroom and already employs 65 journalists. So what does that mean for us? There are so many outlets out there that people are getting information from. So how do we make sure the public gets our message too? So as the number of professional journalists shrinks, pitching those positive stories gets more difficult, and the audiences are getting smaller too. I mean, think of it. Decades ago, there were 3 major networks, and now there's a niche market for just about any topic you can think of, and these media outlets may only be accessible online or through a paid subscription. And that also affects how do you reach diverse audiences as well. So there are a lot of implications with how the media landscape is changing. We're also seeing more nonprofit news organizations spring up, with our first one in the South Bay being San Jose Spotlight that just celebrated its 1-year anniversary. So there are so many outlets out there now. Another trend we're seeing is media sites seeking paid sponsorships in order to access their audiences. So with so many options, it's much tougher for us as a city to reach our community with accurate information than ever before. And while as a city we now have direct access to the public thanks to social media and other digital tools, that doesn't mean everyone is paying attention to our communications. And as you know, some cultures have a deep distrust of government. So that's why relationship building with respected journalists and influencers will help with addressing misinformation and sharing the city's unique story and how we're making a positive impact. Now, something that our citywide communications team and I strive for is the city being recognized as a credible news source. We have an online city newsroom, and we want that to be a place where both the public and media know, here's where you can get information directly from the city. We need to continue to build trust, both with reporters and with our community and other stakeholders. Now, there's no question, we had plenty of face time with the media last year. The communications division began tracking media inquiries last April, and as you can see, we received over 200. And keep in mind, some media calls were lumped together when they were on the same topic, and similar to public records requests, these often aren't simple inquiries. They can be complex, involve multiple departments, as well as research that's required to provide a reasonable response. And in case you're wondering, we've received 34 media inquiries for this month alone, including 2 more that came in before 2 o'clock this morning. So
And they keep on coming.
that they do. And let's take a look at how we're moving this strategic pillar forward over the last year. We now have City Hall News, which kicked off this past fall. We're hosting State of the City events out in the community. We're writing community letters directly to the people we serve. There are more videos being produced, and of course, our dangerously refreshed website. So here's a summary of what's ahead for us in 2020. As I mentioned, we're going to have a new look and feel for the city newsletter. There's also an upgrade that I alluded to for the city's news and information e-subscription service. This change will make it easier for the public to select the city news and events they care about, better reflect the city's brand, and improve city administrative processes for disseminating information to the public and media quickly. And of course, there's taking charge of telling our story, including producing more videos such as employee profiles and highlights of the great events that contribute to Santa Clara being known as the center of what's possible. It's been said that good government needs good communications, and it's critical for our residents to know what their city is doing for them. So thanks to Council's commitment to enhancing community engagement and transparency, we now have more communication resources to do so. So with that, I'm going to turn things over to Ivy Robinson and Sarah Seward with Circle Point.
Can you hear me? Yes. Good morning. Good morning, Mayor and City Council members. I am Ivy Morrison, and this is Sarah Seward. We're both principals with Circle Point, and we're very happy to be here. First slide. Just to cue up the projector.
Yes.
I can keep talking. So just to give you a little bit of context about Circle Point, we've been around for about 35 years. We're headquartered in the Bay Area, and we focused really on environmental planning, public engagement, strategic communications, integrated marketing. And our first slide, thank you, thank you, thank you, is our org chart, just to give you a little bit of context for who we are, our key players, especially as they relate to our support of the city. And the main message is that we have a robust communications team joining Circle Point as Civic Edge. They're also based in the Bay Area, and they also bring years of experience in strategic communications and media relations. Thank you. So Lincoln did a wonderful job mapping out the overarching plan for 2020 as it concerns communications, and we're really here to support her, especially in the realm of storytelling and putting the most positive light possible on the city, and listening intently to the many initiatives that you're embarking upon, especially in 2020. There is a great opportunity, I think, to leverage those opportunities and also to leverage the influencers that Lenka mentioned to really put forward your very best foot. And I should also say a word about media relations, which is that this is another area of expertise that we bring to the city. We're going to support you with media relations. We've done everything from developing and implementing strategic media relations plans to forging partnerships with media outlets, both traditional and non-traditional outlets, as well as serving in the trenches. I've personally been a public information officer on several very high-profile infrastructure projects in the Bay Area, including the Caldecott Fourth Bore, the tunnel that was built in the East Bay several years ago, San Francisco Oakland Bay Bridge, Presidio Parkway, and other very high-profile projects. Thanks, Sarah. So I'm going to try and keep this brief. This is just a snapshot of our experience, especially in the realm of media relations. As I mentioned, our team has collectively done everything from press conferences to partnering with the media to really provide very positive coverage and to really reframe the storyline for our clients. So how do we reframe that story? We begin by working with Lenka and her team to build upon the great communication strategy that she already outlined, digging deeper into identifying those influencers, those champions who we know are out there and can help you tell your story, and add what we would call third-party endorsement to give the city greater credibility and to reach different audiences, be it residents, be it businesses, be it labor unions, be it schools, be it many different sectors that really compose the city, and to get them to tell your positive story in their own voices to their constituents and their cohorts. We're also going to work with you to provide a steady drumbeat of information. We think that that's really critical in terms of offsetting the potential misinformation that we know is out there, and we know it's a challenge. And we've had a great track record in the past in being very strategic about what to leverage and when and which tools to use, which communications tools. And we know that you have a robust toolkit at your disposal, but there's an art in when to use those tools and how to use those tools to reach different audiences to tell your story. So shifting the story, this is an example of our partner, Civic Edge, and how they reframed a initially negative story in San Francisco about earthquake safety and the vulnerability of high-rise towers by partnering with the media, educating the media really to reframe that story. And then this one is my pet project, so I'll try to keep it short. As I mentioned, I was the public information officer for the Caldecott Fourth Board project several years ago, representing Caltrans and a number of partner agencies. And we were presented with a significant challenge. The media was initially not on our side because we could not provide their much desired access to the tunnel during construction because of Cal OSHA restrictions. But we were very creative in terms of figuring out how to give them the information that they so badly needed to tell the broader story to their audiences, such as creating a web-based presence, providing B-roll, and providing very limited access. And we really provided a window to the project so that they understood over time the complexities and the challenges that are involved in digging a 1-mile tunnel through the East Bay Hills with project neighbors in Oakland in very close proximity. And as you can see, this is just one example of some of the media, positive media coverage that we were able to garner because of that partnership and the level of understanding that we built with the media. And it was really conveying that the tunnel was making good progress, and that stimulus bill funding, it was at the time the largest transportation infrastructure project in the entire country, that was, that Caltrans and project partners were being excellent stewards of that money. And so I hope you see that our experience will help the city. I'm looking forward to supporting Lenka and her team and digging in and telling your story in the most positive ways possible.
Great. Well, thank you to Ivy Morrison and Sarah Seward from Circle Point. We're now going to get set up with the next presentation from Threefold Communications. We will have Carolyn as well as Jeff take it away as up. It is ready, so please take it away.
Great. Hi, good morning. I'm Carolyn Hopkins Vasquez. I'm Senior Brand Manager for Threefold Communications. My boss next to me is Jeff Eckler. He runs the Community Impact Vertical at Threefold. Threefold has been around for going on 16 years this July. We are based out of Sacramento, but are not focused solely on Sacramento. What we are focused on is thriving communities. For us, thriving communities mean three things: that you have access to healthcare, you have access to education, and you have access to great city and county services. So our team really focuses on the community and civic service side of marketing our client base. I mean, a little bit about our portfolio. We have over 300 branding projects that we have performed. Our current client list, like I said, is not just in Sacramento. We have clients in Ohio. Our biggest client is in Alaska, and all up and down California. So we really are not just based in Sacramento, we really are more community focused.
We get the fun job of doing Love Santa Clara. So this initiative came to us, and our whole thing, we love telling stories and doing the campaigns around that. It's really that creative storytelling that gets through to the community. From what we've taken thus far, we see the project goal as being for residents to be aware of how much their city works on their behalf to enhance their quality of life. What we're going to do, though, is go into our creative process. We start this with the discovery meeting, which will consist of a strategic framework exercise that will lead to our brand positioning statement. So really, we get consensus from everyone, go through this exercise and figure out what is really the one thing that we want our residents to know, and what is Love Santa Clara mean to them. From there, we'll have a brief development, internal creative meetings, and then a creative director presentation. And all of this stuff, so yeah. We've done a lot of work within cities and telling the stories of cities. Here's one example of in downtown Sac, and you know more than I do.
In downtown Sacramento was an initiative that former Mayor Kevin Johnson, the former NBA player, came to us with. He was a great friend of Threefold, and this was because there was a lot of development of new housing in downtown, and so it was encouraging people of all walks of life to really embrace this new downtown and to live and work there. We work with the city of Roseville. They're one of our big clients with the environmental utilities there. Like the city of Santa Clara, they have their own utilities. So you can see a bus wrap and some other digital ads that we created for them. We are really showing the pride of living in Roseville and not having to rely on outside sources for all of your very important services. Lastly, the Midtown Association, Midtown in Sacramento. If any of you have been there, if you have not, please go. It is a wonderful, beautiful part of town, vibrant community. Midtown Association is the PBID for that. We designed this logo. We rebranded them with the grid, which is the well-known downtown and Midtown part of Sacramento. And this is one of the annual reports that we created for them. One more thing, I'm sorry. Our CEO, Gordon Fowler, cannot be here today. He was an integral part of the interview process with the city manager, Santana, and Linka. And we just want to make sure that everybody knows that he wishes he were here, and he can't wait to get back into this project. He is with us 100%. So, thank you.
Great. Well, thank you so much. We have Circle Point here. We have Threefold Communications here as well. So we will open it up for any questions you may have.
Oh, and you know I want to go first. This is like my pet peeve. So when we requested through the marketing to have marketing, communications, and economic development, let's get it all out there, we rebranded. Just to give you guys, I don't know how much background you have on what we've gone through. We had a Super Bowl coming, and our city had Zip Communications we had a massive thing coming down on us, and we had like a CBB, but it wasn't telling the story of Santa Clara. So we engaged in a rebranding, and thanks to Grab, where are you? He gave us Harvard that came in and a free charge and sat down with us to rebrand the city. And we went through a lot of process with that. There were people that wanted to continue with the mission. Both of you used the mission church, I noticed. But at the same time, it was like, how do we get the messaging out? How do we put ourselves on the map? What is it that we're going to do? So we had a lot of deliverables that had to come out of this. And we did hire someone to help us, but somehow that failed. And the staff basically pulled it out of the hat by having Santa Clara Days, concerts, all this other stuff. It was all hands on deck to help us facilitate this world event happening in our city. So out of that, we are the center of what's possible. People are very happy with that. But the story is not being told. And so my question, I guess, to Ivy, how much do you know about Santa Clara and what's happening here? I mean, how much did you do research? Because I know you did a presentation on you. I just want to pick your brain a little bit.
Thank you. Very good question. We did a lot of research before our meetings with the city several months ago, and we've continued to stay tuned in, especially to the recent media coverage. And we really see this as the beginning. So I'm not going to pretend that I know everything there is to know about Santa Clara. I don't know as much as you do, and we certainly see you and we see your staff as resources. But as I mentioned, we do have an office in San Jose, and the senior project manager, who's really going to be the day-to-day person for this project, grew up in San Jose, has done multiple projects with VTA. She's done multiple projects with the City of San Jose. We just finished a county-wide affordable housing project, the County of Santa Clara, where we did pop-up events in your city. So I would say that our local team in particular has a deep understanding of your city, and we're looking forward to learning more.
Okay. So I'm looking at this as like a clean slate. Okay.
Well, and to that point, I think a clean slate is a really good perspective to have for some of the challenges and opportunities that you're presented with.
Okay, and through your findings that you see that we have a lot of press issues, and I wanted to know what your thoughts were on that, working with the media, all media.
With all media. So,
I'm sorry,
well, you're
Ivy.
asking hard questions.
I know.
But they're good questions. I think I need to have deeper conversations as a first order of business with Lenka and her team about the status of those relationships. We did touch upon that during our 2 meetings with the city in November and December, so we have some understanding. But I really need, it's changing. It's a very dynamic situation, for one thing. And I was getting texts and emails from Lenka yesterday with the latest developments and getting online to stay on top of it. So I think that all of that is really important to factor into the media strategy. So I never pretend at the beginning of a project, and this is the beginning of the project for us, that I know everything there is to know, but I do know what questions to ask, and I know how to take the answers from those questions and develop an effective strategy.
Okay. Good answer on that one. Can you give me? Can you give me? I'm sorry. I know. Do you feel like you're being drilled? I'm really sorry. It's that New York part of me that I just
used to it. I'm fine.
I get right down to the.
So this is so as I mentioned, I was a spokesperson for Caldecott Forthborn, a number of other very high-profile, sensitive projects, and my job was I got pretty used to getting in front of the media and being peppered with a lot of hard questions. So, not to worry.
Okay. I'm sorry, I don't mean to be so weird.
No, it's all good.
So could you give me an example of what you think the leverage would be? You were kind of talking about leveraging, shifting direction a little bit, but could you give an example that was successful for you in getting that, other than the Caldecott? Is there something else that you can point to?
Yeah, gosh, I want to think about that one.
Okay.
Successful leveraging, for example, when we were working.
Caltrain, maybe. Or sorry, go ahead.
Yeah.
Just being.
Sure. So, for example, one of the instances of leveraging, we've done a little work in Sacramento too. So there was kind of recently Sacramento adopted a plastic bag ban, which was perceived really negatively by local businesses as creating a huge burden for them to have to kind of adopt these new principles and get in new supplies and train their employees and customers around it. One of the ways that we kind of helped create some leverage for the city, so they didn't seem like the bad guy who was being hard on small businesses, was really to kind of be out in the community with pop-up events. And we actually got former Mayor Kevin Johnson to participate in this campaign and show how he was using his reusable bag, creating these branded assets for the city to really position them as a champion of sustainability and tap into their local residents' sense of civic pride, to rally their residents around them to get behind this measure instead of feeling kind of beaten down by it. So that's one small example.
If I could add another example, I had a little time to think about it. So thank you, Sarah, for doing that. So we actually worked on a countywide transportation plan and then a transportation expenditure plan. And those are pretty wonky processes that most people don't really understand. The general public, and you're nodding your head because I know you're affiliated with VTA, I'm sorry, okay. So I'm at least speaking to one of you who speaks my language. But that was exactly the challenge, was to translate this very wonky plan, engage people in the process, and also reflect back to them how what we heard during the early, really extensive outreach that we did countywide was being reflected in the transportation expenditure plan. And so we did that by creating, you mentioned videos, we created a series of videos where we went out. We went back to the people who had provided input to an online survey that we had conducted, actually with Civic Edge. And we got them on video telling in their very own words what was most important to them, what was not working in the transportation realm in this county, and what their vision was for fixing it. And we posted that to an agency website. We shared it. It really went viral. We shared it via social media, digital advertising, and it got a lot of traction. And the other thing that helps do is that it's this peer-to-peer communication, so that by seeing one person, your community member, somebody else who rides the bus with you, online talking about what is most important to you, it really does encourage greater participation and greater buy-in. And those were our champions. This did lead, and I'm mentioning this because there's a parallel here, which I think I'm getting some head nods, that I think you're appreciating, in that this is the kind of public outreach, public education that's so essential to garnering that broad public support that you're going to need if you, I'm going to say the word ballot, and we do the public education piece of it, which is absolutely critical to getting you to yes. So hopefully that was an example that ties to what you do and where you're going.
Oh, absolutely, because we have to rebuild some public trust. We have to, take back things. So sounds like you're the perfect hire, so this is good. Yes, I'm happy. And threefold. You get the fun stuff.
Yeah.
I'm so happy that you get the I Love Santa Clara kind of thing. It was something that was marketed a long time ago, back in the 80s, I think. we had like little pins that say, I love Santa Clara, and people wore them, and I think the library adopted that kind of a thing. But I'm looking at getting back with communications within our nonprofits, our, like the Trade Museum, Day to Say, tell the story about how the things that we have here, the historical things. And I kind of brought that up yesterday, but you all weren't here. But those were things that needed to be told, but they're not being told. And to incorporate those people into what we're doing so that all the stakeholders are kind of there. So I think I wanted to put you all on my marketing committee meeting, in February, but that's the 19th. I think Glenn can tell you all that stuff. But just to have you meet with those stakeholders that are there and pluck their brains a little bit and see what they're about and what their needs are in the community. I kind of look at you as our salvation a little bit because you're an added bonus for us. This is something we've been looking for a long time. We've had that gap, and I'm hoping that we're going to fill that, and we're going to be a little bit more successful in telling the story and who we are and where we're going and how we went from the Valley of Heart's Delight to the Silicon Valley. So, you already thought about that.
Well,
okay.
I was just telling Jeff on the way down. I lived here in the South Bay for 10 years. I moved up to Sacramento 3 years ago. I lived in Santa Clara for a year and a half, right by what is now the stadium, and then in San Jose, Mountain View, and Los Altos. And I was priced out, so I moved to Sacramento with my family and love it. I, however, am very excited to come back here because one of the things that I loved and also irked me about the area was there is so much history here from the Valley of the Heart's Delight to now with the tech boom. And it really is that historical piece that I don't feel like is being told. And there are first, second, third, fourth generation Santa Clarans that are extremely proud of living here, and we need to get out there. And part of what I love about my job is getting to listen to stakeholders and then coming back and telling your story and seeing that smile that like you actually listened to us. And so I'm extremely excited to be a part of your marketing committee and to work with you.
Okay, I'm so glad we had that brainwave thing going.
The Valley of the Heart's Delight.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
It's very important. I think that we lose that. I moved here 17 years ago because my husband found Santa Clara on the website.
Oh, really?
So I came here for a job. He moved me from New York here, so yeah. And that's how I got here. But when I looked at our history, I didn't know much about it, and I had Lori Garcia give me a tour. I met Teresa O'Neill, who gave me all the history, because I said, where's the downtown? She goes, oh. And then she went into this horrible story, and I was like, oh my gosh, what happened? So, and then she gave me books to read and things of that nature, but moving here, I didn't know what was going on, and it was very important that I knew what was happening, but it was hard to get that information. It wasn't out there. The city wasn't really engaging with that kind of information. They did have a website, but not everything was on there. So, but welcome. I hope you didn't feel as less pain than Ivy did. So
we get all the easy questions.
Yeah.
And we brought fun examples to show you of branding too. So
okay,
we'll leave those with you.
Okay, but I appreciate everything. Welcome to the team. I'm in support. I didn't want to. I'm really sorry. I apologize. It's the personality, I'm you're a New Yorker. Oh,
Ivy's a New Yorker.
Oh, we're bonding already. This is a good thing.
3, 4.
Ryan, Kathy, welcome to New York. Okay, and we had a few here yesterday too.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay, thank you very much.
Well, I'm a native Californian, so I don't know. Actually, I tell you, I was born in Santa Clara County and baptized at St. Clair, so I guess I have a different outlook. So part of what we welcome both of your participation, and actually this Love Santa Clara thing, that was kind of one of my thoughts. But so I did study communications also. So the inherent in that is the element that it's two-way, and so part of what I envision is this Love Santa Clara as part of a larger recognition of that, that it's just not the city pushing information to the residents. It's us hearing back from them, and it's all of us coming together to say we do love Santa Clara. And so like sometimes, when people tell me how much they love Santa Clara, and I'm thinking, okay, pick up the trash you just threw in the gutter.
Right.
Or, don't honk your horn for, at somebody who's waited a millisecond before proceeding through an intersection, things like that. So it's kind of creates that overall sense of community, and community also implies once again that people are communicating and in touch with each other. So when you look at some of this campaign, how are you envisioning that there will be those touch points back in, and so that it's just not messaging, but that it's a way to truly build some community, to understand more what we're all thinking and what concerns us and what matters to us?
Yeah, well, right off the bat, I think really leaning on you guys and your knowledge of Santa Clara is going to be huge for our research and structure there. But utilizing local influencers, who's out in the community, people who are embodying Santa Clara and pushing this message as well, giving them a toolkit that they can use, whether it's in like their center, whatever it may be. So this message is throughout, and it is coming from a local source rather than us pushing it on the community. I think that's a good way.
Okay, thank you. I'll let the chair of the marketing community work with them to figure out, like I say, how do we make sure that the communications truly do. I like this idea of using, there's a lot of the folks that are sitting here in the audience today, they're very engaged people in the community, and, we need them to be part of the process.
So if I can add that we've used online open houses, we've done telephone town halls really effectively, and a lot of that is how well you're promoting those forums, but you really do, and I think this is really underlining what Lenka was saying earlier, you really do have to provide the full gamut of tools, not just for reaching people, but also for soliciting their input. There's no single channel that you should be relying on. It's really a suite of tools, and we've used them. And again, there really is an art to figuring out which tools to use and when. And it's also about asking the right questions. And I think that that's a way, if I were conducting a community meeting, if I were facilitating a community meeting, I always like to gauge where people are and engage people by asking questions, because people have a lot to say. You just have to give them that
questions
vehicle.
that solicit real input.
That's right. That's right.
Like not real close-ended, or
That's
almost
right.
like the question is designed to generate a certain answer.
And again, it's also equally as important to reflect back what you heard. And I'm not just talking about a meeting summary. Meeting summaries are fine. But there are other tools that we've used, like the videos that I mentioned, and social media and other ways that really underline, in a concerted way, that we heard you. And I think that goes a very long way in building the trust that you yourselves had said you really need to rebuild.
The one thing that the mayor did this year was, it was a scathingly brilliant idea, was to take a town hall and do a state of the city. And with that, she came up with, because now we have districts, to honor a local person in that district, to honor a local business, and then have an overall person that would be the Santa Clara Citizen of the Year. And that was met with great reception, but that's our first benchmark. So we need to really expand on that. And I'm like, oh, let's go all over town. And she's like, well, let's get it localized. But we really don't know what that mechanism is to reach everybody and make sure that we're getting the message out.
And I think you also have to, sorry, I'm writing the communications plan that right now, which is great. It's great to have this discussion, so thank you. I think that the timing, as I mentioned, is really important. So it's kind of striking a balance. You want to provide those touch points to the community. You want to have those forums, but you don't want to have so many forums that you exhaust people. And I've seen that happen as well. I won't name agencies, I won't name agencies, but they very often, they're so big and they're doing so much outreach, which is really wonderful, but their meetings are actually competing with each other. And it's so dizzying that people don't know what to go to, so they don't go to anything. So that would be kind of what we work with you on, is determining what's the timing, what's the right time, what is the appropriate, what is it that we want to get from the public? What is most meaningful at this juncture in terms of your financial planning process, in terms of your infrastructure planning process, and revenue generation and all of that? It's really important to keep up that steady drumbeat, and you also have to be really cognizant of not it's a horrible pun, overtaxing people.
To add to what Ivy was saying, really briefly, to go back to your question.
You need to speak in the microphone.
Teresa, I feel like you were kind of getting at, these are really important touch points to think about community meetings and community meeting summaries, but also things like social media and things like contests. Show us how you love Santa Clara. Show us that, tell us your story, and then sharing people's stories. And it kind of creates that community and that etiquette of community that I think is part of what you're talking about. And there's really fun ways to do that. You could do a road show where you're taking historical artifacts to different places like public libraries and public schools and things like that, to re-engage people with history in a way that makes it easy for them to get interested in it, makes it part of what their daily routine already includes, so they don't have to go out of their way to do it. You're bringing it to them. And you can do it digitally and in person in so many ways. I think it's going to be a really exciting effort.
Thank you. This is all really exciting because in so many ways, I know social media is really important. And Lenka, you've done a great job in communicating so much. And as I said yesterday, I feel like there is still another level that we need to reach to really communicate what Santa Clara is all about and what's happening, and being able to keep people informed. And so this is all very exciting. And I have one question, and that is, how do you track how, successful, or what needs to be changed in terms of getting the message out?
Who's the question?
Anybody?
To?
Either one of you or both.
So as part of the communications planning process, one of the first things we do is we sit down and we confirm your desired outcomes and your objectives. And then we work with you, we don't do this in a vacuum, we develop the metrics that we're going to be using throughout the process to see how we're doing and course correct if we need to. And so this is both quantitative data as well as qualitative. So we would be, for example, and you can chime in here, please, or threefold, certainly digital advertising is really easy to track. You get incredible data. We can do geo-fenced advertising, which is really pinpointed, targeted. We've done that for a number of transportation projects, and you get incredible data from that. And I think this is especially applicable to the city and your current media relationships and other relationships. I think it's also equally important to see the tone. This is the quantitative metrics that we would build in, and see if the tone of the conversation has shifted. Have the articles and the focus of the articles shifted over time? And if it's not working, then we will go back to the drawing board with you and figure out what we need to fine tune to make it more effective. But having those metrics is, I think, really key to our success.
Yeah, and as you were talking, and I was thinking about about sharing the message and what's important in Santa Clara. I mean, there are wonderful historians that are connected with our library, and they've got a great genealogy section that many people use, and then Santa Clara University, of course, and as they were actually improving one of the streets, expanding it, and making it walkable for people to just come and explore the university, they actually, as they were digging up, they found a lot of history under the streets. They found bottles like going back to from Germany and Italy, I don't know, going back to the 1800s, I think it was. So they unearthed all this great historical information that nobody knew was there. So, and even just aside from that, even in our city, I mean, we've got a great story to tell in amongst our departments. I'm thinking of Gary Welling and our water department and the purple pipes, and, getting the story out there about our recycled water, because Santa Clara has made some great strides in terms of recycled water, and people need to know that. And even Silicon Valley Power, how we have our own utility company and how we were able to weather, the recent power outages as a result of having our own power utility. So we have a lot of stories to tell, and even I'm noticing a lot of nostalgia. Like on one of our Facebook pages, one of the, you're from Santa Clara when, and somebody's out there right now and he's telling all these stories about growing up in Santa Clara and hanging out in the orchards and taking fruit from the trees and being caught. And I think those are just wonderful stories that you could use to tell, and just remind people what Santa Clara was. And even though we are where we are right now, still people are very nostalgic.
And I think that that's a great opportunity to connect to your vision for the future.
Yeah.
And how you're taking those elements that are so dear to so many of your constituents, and you're being respectful of those elements, and you're going to incorporate them, you are incorporating them into your longer term vision, and we want to hear from you.
Good.
And we're going to be going out and asking you, what's your vision? How can we build upon this beautiful city that we had?
Great. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
There's been said that there's two different ways to govern, either with fear or with good information. And obviously with good information is the best way, because once the fear is gone, we're done. That's why I like that. I do worry about an over-surveying type issue. Obviously, I mentioned I'm a school teacher, and everyone thinks that the more times you ask the kids how they're doing, the better they're going to do. No, you get annoyed. And I think it's the same with our residents. Well. And with the survey, you've limited your information because you have asked a stock question. Just to give an example, the children that are on the cover of the calendar, their parents called me the minute they knew that they were going to be on the cover to let me know that was their kids. And I thought that was very sweet. And I thought that was important. They let me know those are my kids, but that we're telling that story of our children here in the city, and I think those parents tell that story to everybody, and I think that's part of it. Thank you.
Go, Raj. Okay. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Lenka, and thank you, Circle Point and Threefold teams for your presentations. I just have a comment, and maybe you can comment on top of my comment. Like, it's always good to tell a story what has happened in the city and throwing out one way. And I know we had discussion about two-way communication, and that's one of the issues I see. I would benchmark you on how we get the communication back, basically, two-way communication. We have so many important agenda items. We only have 5 days to communicate to our residents even on a bigger, after we release the agenda item. But we do have ample time before that to educate our residents to give a feedback on a particular bigger agenda. Maybe it is a citywide agenda, maybe it is a particular big development agenda. So I would say, like, how would you generate that? I would benchmark you. Like, to be very frank, we are not getting ample feedback from our residents. Even when we go to the community with an agenda, there are chances like 95% of the people don't even know that this is coming on a Tuesday meeting agenda. And that's one thing we are lacking a lot. Our attendance on the council meetings from the residents is very low. So my benchmark is you have to sort out, okay, these are the bigger plans coming forward, upcoming TMAC agenda items. And if we give you that, we want a concrete feedback from residents. Like my benchmark would be, oh, okay, yeah, there are 100 residents who have communicated back to us, good, bad, or whatever their comments would be. So how you generate that? Do you have some experience on this type of communication, two-way communication, where you picked up certain developments or agenda items and getting feedback on that?
I can speak briefly to that. Ivy might have more to add. Getting feedback is something that's one of our key performance indicators, is always attendance of events. And it's, not everybody can come on a Tuesday morning, even if there is a really important agenda item. So as Ivy was mentioning earlier, doing things like having online open houses and tracking attendance at that. We recently were working with Samtrans and the San Mateo County Transit District on a reimagined Samtrans plan, and we did a series of pop-up events, reaching people where they were at farmers markets and those kind of places to get their input on the plan. And we created a survey that was really easy for them to do real time. So we could get the quantitative data that showed the input of a lot of people, but also being able to get qualitative too.
Sorry.
Oh, no, go ahead.
So I think I mentioned telephone town halls as a mechanism that we use during the countywide transportation planning, transportation expenditure planning processes. And I have to say that we really fine-tuned our best practices based on that experience, because we knew that even though we were doing in-person public meetings, we weren't really expecting high turnout. We actually got better turnout than we anticipated because elected officials from different jurisdictions really helped in getting their constituents to the meetings. So that's one suggestion, I think, of how we can partner. But I think if you're really interested in metrics and public participation, the telephone town halls were really successful because they were during drive time, and they were publicized through direct mailers and through robocalls before, leading up to, and 5 minutes before the telephone town halls started, so that people were actually on the line. They didn't even have to dial in, which is good, because I'm imagining that a number of them were actually driving and calling in. And we do have metrics, and off the top of my head, we had up to 1,600 callers at one time during one telephone town hall. So yeah, I can't promise that kind of delivery, and I don't think you want 1,600 people coming to one of your city council meetings.
I wish
because
we
usually
can
if
have
you're
that.
getting that, it's not for a good reason. But there are these other tools that if you're open to letting us work with you on making recommendations, they have been very effective. And I think it's also all about the topic and how it's presented, how it's, if you will, marketed to the public, and it has to be relevant to them. If they don't, we did an online, full disclosure, we did an online town hall, and it was to get input on a white paper for a bike ped plan. And, of course, bike ped advocates were all over it. They were all excited. And yeah, we had, they were all bike ped people. And the general public couldn't care less, because who cares about a white paper? So, it really requires being very thoughtful and not expecting that you're going to have 1,600 people participating in any forum. We have to figure out where it is, what are, we know, we're hearing what your major initiatives are. You know, that's the focus, not trying to get 300 people to attend a city council meeting, you know, a routine city council meeting. So did that answer your question?
Yeah, that did. And we are all open to suggestions like how you can improve that reverse feedback back to us on any topic. And whatever your suggestions are, we will be more than happy to take care of those.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Did you want to?
City Clerk, I think, has some questions.
Sure. No, that's okay. I'd like to hear the question.
I was just going to share some comments because I think a lot of the discussions and the ideas that are being shared are experiences that here in Santa Clara we've had over the last several years. And you mentioned 300 attendees at a council meeting as being unusual. That's actually kind of our normal lately. And we have had telephone town halls where we've had over 1,000, 2,000 people. So one of the things that I think is we've learned from doing these sort of engagements over the years, and as you can see, I mean, all of these meetings are now live streamed to Facebook, to YouTube, to the TV channel. You know, these are things that weren't there 2 years ago. And so we've really evolved in the last couple years, you know, and as I mentioned yesterday, rather than having the residents come to City Hall, it's finding ways for us to go to them in their homes, on their phones, on their commutes back from work, et cetera. One of the challenges that I think that we have, that there's a learning that we've, you know, come up with from doing these, is that with these sort of tools, a lot of the conversation is one way. And so it doesn't, while it is great for getting information out, and as I said yesterday, in yesterday's session, there's nothing called over communicating or too much communication, especially when there's a lot of misinformation out there, and it's really important that for residents to get the full picture. And you know, they're free to make up their own opinions, but based on sound facts, not on misinformation. But a lot of these tools that we have evolved and used in the last couple of years are usually one-way tools. So it's kind of like you're talking at people. Even right now, we're you know, this is being live streamed, and if you log into the live stream, you'll see people write comments, but nobody's reading them in real time. You'll read them after the fact, but it's too late, and the comment is maybe out of context, or it's, you know, maybe they had a question and you know, nobody got a chance to read. Now, of course, people here in the room can walk up to the mic, but for the 1,000 people that are watching live, there's no way. So I'm curious to hear any thoughts you have, or maybe you don't have thoughts here right now, but as we kind of move forward, how do we amplify these tools so that it is building community rather than talking at people, right? So maybe it's something as rudimentary as a city staffer looking at the live stream comments and compiling them and then walking up to the mic and saying, so-and-so's person commented this or asked that. And I know that's going to make some of our council meetings a whole lot longer, but I think when people feel involved and they feel like their voices are being heard, that is, you know, then that is community building rather than just community informing. I don't know if you have any thoughts on that.
Hi, I just wanted to clarify one thing that actually we are monitoring during the live streaming. And depending on what the question is, that we may be able to answer it right then, but sometimes we need to go back, get more information, and that may or may not be available at that time during the evening meetings. So we are monitoring. When we get questions on social media, we do respond. And so I just wanted to clarify that.
Absolutely, and I've seen it, especially on the social media. And I think my comments are more directed towards the synchronous engagement activities rather than the asynchronous ones. So like on social media, I mean, somebody can write a post and then an hour later, a response is totally appropriate. But in a council meeting, response times on reactions are in the seconds, right? Like somebody doesn't like something or has a question about something that was said in that moment. And getting a response asynchronously loses its value. So I think my comments are, and I definitely know because I've worked with them, the amazing team that is actually running these live stream things. So thank you guys and gals who are working on it. But I'm just thinking, how can we integrate this? I think Kirk yesterday even had a comment in the same vein. How can we integrate this so that it's part of the meeting, like an official part of the meeting, rather than it just being sort of ad hoc or reactionary?
Well, one idea is just have a live stream of the questions going up on the board there. So as they're coming in, you can see them pop up. If we feel like we want to respond to it, we can. If they're coming through digital, we could just screen them up there, so.
City Attorney?
No, I just want to keep everybody involved in terms of that we are governed by the Brown Act and the Public Records Act, as well as Robert's Rules of Order. So in terms of comments, it's, the mayor is still in charge of conducting the city council meeting. And there's a lot of issues with, comments going all over the place and city staff responding at the same time that someone is talking during a meeting. And we can look at these ideas, but we have to be mindful that we are governed by state law and rules of procedure in terms of conducting our meetings.
The other thing that I'm noticing that I've heard from quite a few of the council members and the city clerk, there is this sense that we have a ton of digital channels and we can get great quantitative data from that, but there are a lot of people out there that have digital fatigue. There is just too much all the time. What Santa Clara has, besides beautiful weather most of the year, is this great sense of community. And so part of what we want to tap into with Love Santa Clara is getting people outside of the screens, off the trolling, and face-to-face. And that's really where you can engage and get the real zeitgeist, the real feeling of the community, and increase that good feeling of the community. So everyone turn your screens off. But not right now.
Thank you. I think that you're getting a feel for Santa Clara. We're a city that has very big city assets, but we're still a small town in many, many ways, and we like to communicate with our residents and constituents. It's really important to us. But I have a couple of questions. The first, could you, both companies, could you clarify what part of the city you're going to be working on in terms of the communication? I just want to, I'm hearing the Love Santa Clara program over here and the story over here and more, city issues, policies on this side, but maybe you can clarify. I don't know if that's Link or the two companies.
Thank you, Mayor, for that question. First, I'll start with Threefold Communications. They will be focusing on branding and marketing, as well as which includes the Love Santa Clara initiative. They'll also be looking at developing economic development, collateral, various materials, perhaps for new businesses that might be interested in coming to Santa Clara, that we'd have a nice press kit or actually a kit to give them as to why they should choose Santa Clara. So that's what Threefold will be focusing on. And then with Circle...
Before you go to the other, can I ask a question? So for instance, our Cultural Commission has a lot of events, our library has a lot of events. Would they be also promoting those types of things as part of I Love Santa Clara?
That could be a possibility as well, because right now we are right at the beginning of the Love Santa Clara initiative, so that is open-ended. Nothing has been decided at this point.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to give an example. Okay.
Great. Okay, and then with Circle Point, as you heard from both Ivy and Sarah, they're going to be focusing more so on communication strategy, perhaps development of public informational materials, depending on which direction we get from council for any future ballot measures. They're going to be looking at communication planning. How can we be strategic in the way we use the various tools in our toolkit? So that will be the focus there.
Okay, so what I've seen from Santa Clara and really other communities as well, because social media and outreach is a new thing for all of us. It's not anything that we're used to doing over the decades. It's brand new for all of us. But I just attended the U.S. Conference of Mayors in Washington, D.C., and they had a big session on social media and how it relates to municipalities. And they had experts from Facebook and Twitter there just to give us examples. And it was apparent to me after that we are really underutilizing all the tools that are available to us in terms of outreach with the community, both on Facebook and Twitter. And there's, two-way conversations that can happen, but it's, everybody thinks, well, you just post something, but there's so many different aspects of it. I didn't understand half of it, and Gaurav wasn't with me, so I couldn't figure it out. Next year, Gaurav, we're okay. All right. So I think that is, something that we e-notify. I think we're not taking full advantage and reaching, deep into the community. We need to do a better job of that. So I'm really happy to hear about all that. Also, we have to simplify our messages, because if you attend a council meeting, you'll hear us talk about very, very complex issues in this city that are just so difficult to explain and put in, a 2-sentence Twitter tweet, right, or anything else. So I think it's really simplifying these complex messages so our community really understands what we're doing in a very factual and clear way. And I think that's where we have, we haven't done that. We're trying, and so I think this is going to be very helpful. And also what that does is it also dispels the misinformation. There's a ton of misinformation out there because the issues are so complex, and many people don't even understand. That's why we spend, 9 hours at a council meeting trying to really dig into what we do. It's very complex, just on those types of things. So there's a lot of misinformation out there that we need to get the facts out there. But also, Santa Clarans want to be involved. They're looking for good, fun events. They want to be involved. And sometimes we'll have an event that's really fun, and we'll say, gee, there's not a lot of people here. What happened? And then we'll hear afterwards, I didn't know anything about it. So we need to get deeper into the community for what we're doing, because we do offer a lot of things, and people, they're so busy and they're just, gobsmacked with all this information, but we need to really get it out there. There was an example, I think it was last year, there's a news station that was doing a feature on Sunnyvale, and they were walking through Sunnyvale, and I think, they were talking about their downtown and different things, and there was many people that were excited, well, why don't we do that in Santa Clara? And I'm thinking, okay, well, I want to thank Councilmember O'Neill for bringing the Love Santa Clara program to us, because I think maybe now we might have the ability to tell our story, to talk about our history. But we're such a unique city that we have this rich and beautiful history, but yet we're the high-tech, capital of the world over here in the same city. We adopted the center of what's possible, but our other tagline was a city with a mission. So if you remember that. So I mean, it's kind of like the two that we have. So I think we do need a lot of help. I participated in town halls outside of City Hall, the phone town halls, and I'll tell you, if you get on the phone and you answer any question from a resident, there's tons of them, and they're happy, and they want to talk. And I'll tell you, there's a lot of questions out there, and they need some, unrestricted access to us, to be able to answer some of those things. We really need to do that, because people love those. Right. And people have just questions, all across the board. And they want to be answered. They really want someone to answer it for them. And sometimes it's very simple. Other times it's, not so simple. But we need to have better access to the two-way conversations that everybody talks about. So, thank you. City Clerk?
I just want to add a couple comments, even to what you just said, Lisa, in the end there. Because I also participated in those even before I got elected, not in any official capacity, right? And I want to second the idea, I think that you were mentioning about getting people off the screens. I've seen what it's like to be on those ones where there's a telephone, even one that is moderated, that allows dialers to ask questions on the phone live. So there's a way to select them out of the 1,000 people who are listening, let them speak, then they go back on mute, and then whoever's speaking can respond to the questions live. There have been some very interesting callers who, pretend to be people who they are not, and fake voices, and and so I think the anonymity that people can hide behind with those, phone town halls. When I did some of the, in-person town halls, it completely, gets lost because you have to stand up and speak in the microphone, and you can't hide behind the anonymity of a phone or the internet. Yesterday I mentioned a proposal that I'm going to bring to the council in the next council meeting about doing in-person town halls in an official capacity. So, I'll definitely look forward to working with you all on making sure those are effective and efficient, and that the community feels like they are being heard, as Lisa said. That they're feeling that they have unrestricted access, and we're meeting them where they want to be, not rather than asking them to come to us.
Well, thank you. We're really excited to have you. You're officially on board now, all of you? Okay.
Yes, they are.
All right, get to work.
Thank you, Mayor and City Council.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, and if I could just make one closing remark, if that's all right. Okay, thank you. I just want to point out that we have come so far with citywide communications, even over the last year, and we are certainly now approaching these communications as one city, because I know that has been very important to all of you up there. And I do want to kind of recognize our citywide communications team, because that would not be possible without them. We have some members in the audience, so if you want to just kind of raise your hand who are part, or stand up, and you know who you are, you're part of our citywide. Yes, Brendan, stand up. Yes, okay. So, and I know some are watching from home, our communications
Stand up
coordinator.
and communicate with us.
And so anyway, I just wanted to give credit to them as well, because we wouldn't be where we are today without them accepting being part of a citywide communications team. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much to all of you. Dr. Spanos, I think we should probably go to public presentations too.
I think that would be good.
Thank you. Thank you. Do we have any cards from the public? Nora? No? So if anyone would like to make a public presentation, please come forward.
Yes.
Skip. Good.
Skip Pearson
morning.
from
Go.
Reclaiming Our Downtown, which is on Facebook, has been for 4 years, have thousands of members. And am I speaking loudly enough? I think I better talk. I normally talk like Raj, so I will try to speak up louder. The reason I think possibly that the I Love Santa Clara campaign might stall a bit is because we don't have a downtown. And it could very well be, as Karen pointed out yesterday, the reason why when you see the 49er games on TV and other events in Santa Clara, they never show downtown Santa Clara, because there is no downtown Santa Clara. Downtown Santa Clara was bulldozed in the mid-60s, over 55 years ago. Even worse, afterwards, the city sold chunks of Franklin, chunks of Main Street, chunks of Washington. Kind of to suggest that downtown would never be rebuilt. Well, we're here to encourage the town to rebuild the city after 55 years. The City Hall was originally in the heart of downtown. City Hall was rebuilt a couple of miles away from downtown. City is considering now possibly rebuilding or expanding, and hopefully the city will consider, if they do rebuild, to rebuild downtown, to bring City Hall back downtown. And the city has already told two different companies, San Francisco firms that are investigating rebuilding downtown and investigating rebuilding City Hall, to coordinate their efforts with the possibility that possibly, if City Hall is rebuilt, it could be rebuilt downtown. So we highly encourage that. One of our main fields of vision, which we envision the downtown to have, is to restore the original town plaza. The Mission Library site is where the original town plaza was laid out in 1868, 4 years after the end of the Civil War. And Main Street always connected Franklin to the town plaza, which now is called the Mission Plaza Park. It's where the Mission Library site is. And when the city, after it was bulldozed, allowed the courthouse to build where Main Street used to be, it blocked the city connection with the town plaza to the downtown. That's why we encourage, if possible, the city to start negotiations as quickly as possible with the courthouse to hopefully have the courthouse relocated and Main Street restored and the original grid restored. And one of the tremendous things that's been done by the present council is to start the establishment of the original street grid. The city and this council right here has been the main motivation for getting an easement to restore Franklin, the original street in downtown, to restore Washington. Main Street still has to be dealt with, but the city now has the options to, and is exercising them, as I understand it, to reestablish Franklin and Washington, which are tremendous for the rebuilding of downtown. Also, as Dan pointed out yesterday from our group, the success of downtown depends tremendously, the retail success, on residences and offices. The task force, the urban planner, they emphasize that as the two big things: more residences, more offices. And downtown, reclaiming our downtown supports that tremendously. We would like to see as many residences and offices in downtown as possible to support our retail. I have a law degree, and I've never practiced law. And I think you know why now. It's very difficult for me to speak publicly. But as far as office buildings in downtown, the only office building we have is the 7-story office building across from the university at the corner of Homestead and Lafayette. Downtown would like those offices maintained and even increased. And hopefully if City Hall is brought back to downtown, that will create even more offices to continue to make retail downtown successful.
You're gonna have to kind of wrap it up a little bit.
Yeah, just one more sentence.
Okay, thanks.
This is just from me. Okay. Possibly even if the 7-story building was kept, could even build a 7-story garage, public garage next to it. I don't know if Butch is here from the university, but perhaps the university could build a garage. And on top of that garage, on both rooftops with a bridge connecting it, a really neat park. Like in maybe downtown Salt Lake City. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else, please come forward.
Thank you. Suds Chain. With all the proposed development in Santa Clara, I'm terrified by the almost certain gridlock particularly on the north side along Tasman and Great America Parkway. We must demand more from developers in their TDM plans, and we must charge more impact fees for traffic. It costs $650,000 just to add one traffic light at Cronin and Prune Ridge. We dropped the ball on charging sufficient impact fees from Apple because we were distracted by the stadium. I'm pleased to see that there are representatives from VTA here to emphasize the need for the using public transit as a solution to preventing and managing traffic chaos. As a member of the BART Community Working Group, I recommend that everyone read the 32-page playbook that VTA has created for specifically for the Santa Clara BART station, which will be coming, by the way. The playbook emphasizes building high-density office right at the station and high-density residential mixed use within half a mile. I just saw this new idea in my email today. To tame game day traffic, give all fans transit passes. This is from Donald Shoup, the guru of parking and traffic. What if each seat at a major sporting event came with a free bus, train, and subway tickets? It's called transit validation, and it can reduce traffic pollution and costs. Palo Alto now has a free shuttle bus with 20-minute headways along 2 lines. This service is available to everyone. So here are the Mountain View's Council's 4 goals for 2020-21. Promote a community with all focus, a community for all, with a focus on strategies to protect vulnerable populations. Improve the quantity, diversity, and affordability of housing by providing opportunities for subsidized middle income and ownership housing. Number 3, develop and implement comprehensive and innovative transportation strategies to achieve mobility, connectivity, and safety for people of all ages. Number 4, promote environmental sustainability and the quality of life for the enjoyment of current and future generations. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public members? Please come forward. Good afternoon.
Oh, it is afternoon, so here I am between you and lunch again.
Oh, no, we're fine. We had a good breakfast, Deborah.
Okay, yes, we did. So I'll make it quick. I'm from the Cultural Commission. I'm also on the Downtown Community Task Force, and I'm also on the Marketing and Economic Development Committee. Okay, committee. And I do have an opinion about what we really need in our downtown, and also what we need as a city, because we don't really have a there. It's not just downtown. We don't have anything that's an iconic symbol for our city, where we can point to it and say, this is what makes Santa Clara. The mission is one thing, but we're very much looking towards the future. We spent all day yesterday visioning, and we're talking about the development of downtown, the Related project, which would be a great opportunity to create a new destination. Related is fantastic at that, as they did with Hudson Yards. But we have something in the future that we want to incorporate into, I think, our marketing campaigns and our communication, because we're really growing in a way that I think Silicon Valley even is not, and we have so much opportunity here to create a place that people want to live. I just want to make that comment that we have the future to look forward to, as well as our history. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public members? Okay, that's it for public presentations. Dr. Spano, what do you think about the...
Are we ready for lunch? Okay, so...
Because our next section is really a beefy section.
It's a beef, yes.
We don't want to start it right now.
I agree, there's a lot there. So just to get us set up for post-lunch, when we come back from lunch, we will take the items from yesterday, put those in front of you, and we'll process those, and there's a lot of meat there. Then we'll move into the referrals. There's several referrals, including the work plan, and then we'll conclude the afternoon with Related project, and any other major projects you want to talk about.
So should we say 12:45?
12:45 works great. Does that work for council? Excellent. Okay, 12:45, we will reconvene.
Thank you.
Back to your seat, please.
We're going to ask.
Okay, so we'll just hold for a minute for Councilmember Davis. Very quick. Okay. Okay, so we are continuing from the discussion yesterday, and what you have in front of you, we put together the items that were generated from the discussion yesterday. So we put them into this handout, and including the additional items that were covered at the very end of the session yesterday, we took those and folded those into the existing pillars. And we moved some things around. Our sense is everything that was talked about yesterday is here in one shape, form, or another. So I don't believe we missed anything. And if we did, please let me know so we can make sure it gets back on the list. So our task here is not to discuss these all over again. That was yesterday's conversation. Start with goal, pillar number 1, walk through these items, and there'll be different categories for your response. One is some of these are simply reminders and guidelines. Council would like staff to pay attention to these. Just make sure you're aware of these. These are council's preferences. So that's one category. Another category is This is important, this is necessary, this is a significant item. However, let's wait on that. Let's put that over here into a parking lot so we don't lose it. We can come back to that at next year's priority session or later on this year. It doesn't rise to the level because of capacity, because of constraints. It doesn't rise to the level of dealing with it right now. There's no immediate action needed. Parking lot. A third category would be council directing staff. This is an item that we would like you to take, do some research, do some analysis, collect some data, and bring this back to us. And for those items, we'll want to get the consensus or approval of the council to direct staff to do that, and then I'll check with staff to make sure they have enough direction to do the analysis, to do the data collection, to have the information, the direction they need to bring back the information to you. So that's a third category, and those are the items, obviously, that rise to the surface. You want staff to take some initial action on those. Now, some of these items, this isn't really another category, but some of these items are already in process, and some of them are already been complete, so we'll just check those off the list and move forward, and I'll look for staff to tell me and council, yes, we're working on that, no, we're not working on, we're working on that, or that one's complete. So does that make sense?
Can you go over them one more time?
Yeah, so there's the pay attention, because simply these are guidelines, these are recommendations, these are reminders for staff. So just staff, put it on your radar screen, pay attention to it. Second is waiting list. We're not ready to move on this now because it's not immediate, because of capacity issues, whatever the reason, waiting list, parking lot. And the third is it rises up to the level of importance to you and to your council colleagues to direct staff to bring back information, do data analysis, and bring it back to you. And then we will note the items that are in process or that have been completed. Okay, so we start with, and I think we had consensus yesterday, check me on that, add transportation to the pillar. I'm seeing nods. I think we all agreed on that yesterday.
So we do this?
Yeah, that's great. Yeah, in some ways, and in some ways on that one, we'll just make the change, right? It's done. So we're just going to add transportation to the pillar, and we won't do real-time editing up here. But Kendra, Nadine, Deanna are all taking notes. The next one is we talked about public-private partnerships, housing, that we could partner with, the city could partner with tech companies for housing, partner with tech companies for transportation, and underneath that there was a lot of discussion around shuttles. These would be shuttles for workers, and also we heard Councilmember Watanabe mention about a senior shuttle as well. So what's your sense about that, around the public-private partnerships more generally, but the shuttles specifically? What's your sense about that? Go ahead.
So these are shuttles for everybody, all the residents.
Okay, thank you. So we'll want to make that note. Okay. Is that something to remind staff to put on their radar screen? Is this something you want to direct staff? Is this something for a waiting list? Okay, I'm hearing, I'm hearing wait list here. Yeah, just where are you on this?
I don't want to lose it, but it may not be at the top of our list.
Yeah, and wait list doesn't mean you lose it, right? Parking lot, it's in a parking lot. We'll keep it recorded, okay? Yeah, and I don't want to be a super hard taskmaster here, but we had the discussion yesterday, so we're just going to move forward on these items here. Yes, Councilmember.
To me, it's a priority because I just got an email in the morning from VIA. There is $1 million grant opportunity for Santa Clara, just the way Cupertino got it. So I already sent an email to city manager about it.
Okay.
If we can get that type of like opportunity priority where we are not doing much, like we already seeing what Cupertino has done and the city has done.
We discussed all these things yesterday. Yeah. We have to really go through the list.
Yeah, so we're going to put that, as I'm hearing council, we're going to put that on the waiting list, on the shuttles. And now we go to traffic mitigation. There was just a consensus around paying attention to traffic, but then the couple specific ones were the left lagging lights and the smart city initiatives. Councilmember Hardy?
If we don't do traffic, it'll all get backed up.
Okay. So, You're suggesting, is there an item that would go to staff?
What was the number? 3 was the most
Bring
important.
back.
That was the one where you want to give it to staff to bring it back, okay? And you, Councilmember O'Neill,
I'd say bring back.
okay?
Number 3, bring back. Okay, number 3.
Councilmember Day?
Number one. I mean, number one priority?
I shouldn't say we should be more specific. It's C. It's 1C that we're talking about right now, right?
She's talking about.
No, I'm talking about the numbers of options here.
Yes.
Direct staff to do research on traffic mitigation.
On traffic mitigation, which would, right, that would be 3, that direct staff. It sounds like we've got.
Is there a
Yeah. Okay, so direction. What direction do you want to give staff? Staff, what do you need in terms of traffic mitigation? And we did hear from your Public Works Director yesterday about traffic mitigation.
We would bring back through the matrix that we presented last year in terms of what can be absorbed, what's currently on the schedule, and then if there's a more robust programming, what the resource needs would be.
Okay, very good. And staff, I'm going to move us forward. So if you don't have the direction, stop me to make sure you have appropriate direction going forward. Housing was mentioned. 3. Okay, and the focus here on housing, as I was hearing that, was you want to make sure you have workforce housing available, but not exclusively. You want to make sure there's workforce, but you also want a wide variety of housing stock available. Okay?
This is a 1, which is a pay attention, because unless we're asking them to do something.
Do something,
I don't know
yeah.
what else we would say
Yeah.
besides strong pay attention.
Strong pay attention. It really is your vision for housing, that you want a variety of housing, including the BMR, including the workforce housing. So if everybody's okay, we'll put that in a pay attention, and we're moving on to retail options. This was more of a general discussion. What does the community want? Making sure you're asking them. I heard a very strong sense of preserving your neighborhood. I think the term mom and pop, neighborhood retail, preserving those sites. And that in the retail area, you want restaurants, shopping, and entertainment in order to be a job attractor and what your residents need. So I'm hearing pay attention to this. This is where we are in terms of retail options. Am I hearing that correctly? Good. We can move forward. Provide small business support and explore workers' cooperative small business initiative. Is that going already in process? Perfect. Okay. Moving forward with that. Business employee tax. So is that something that you would want staff to investigate? Okay, parking lot? Yes. Vice Mayor Hardy? Okay. Okay, yeah, and again, nothing's going away.
I'll give you the 4 too.
Okay, okay, very good. So we're going to put a wait list on the business employee tax. Economic Development Department. Does the city need an Economic Development Department with dedicated staff?
Yes.
We do, but I don't know if we can do it with our existing staff, so.
Yeah.
Pay attention.
Attention?
And put
Yeah.
it on the radar.
Yeah.
Pay attention
Yeah.
and put it on the radar, because that's a huge.
And I'm seeing nods over there. Excellent, very good.
Stress people out.
Council sensitive to workload capacity, kudos to you all. Downtown revitalization,
I abstain on that one.
okay?
That's right.
Now, I just heard several public comments over the last 2 days on your downtown task force. Is that in process? It sounds like it's in motion.
That's being developed. So
The feasibility studies were on that.
They have a task force, and it sounds like they've been working for a couple years. It's like got some momentum going. We'll put that one in process.
Because
Yes, please.
concepts continue to come up, and I just want to make sure that this is with assuming the city hall is in its current location and no action on the courthouse.
Yes, yes. Good. Excellent. Very good. A community benefits policy. Is that worth looking into? Councilmember O'Neill.
something I've advocated for a couple years now, because I think that's part of the way we engage the community, and that's how we make all these things that we're talking about, and, comments made about we didn't pursue Apple strongly enough on fees. We didn't, if we have things, even though Apple will be on our board.
We need to vote, so, yes.
What do you think?
Where do we, number 3?
I heard a number 3 here on the community benefits policy, a 3 here, a 3 here. Councilmember Chahal, a 3 here. Okay, so staff, do you have direction you need on what that would mean in bringing back potential work item here? Okay, excellent, very good. And now we move on to a tenant protection ordinance. Okay, so a 3, a wait list, and I'm hearing wait list and wait, so that'll be on the wait list as well. Okay, Kendra, could you move us, scroll us up to number 2, please? Okay, that was well done, Council. We're moving on to number 2 here. Enhance community sports and recreational assets. Okay. And as I'm understanding it, there was consensus yesterday to add arts to this pillar. It was a missing piece. I'm seeing nods around there. Yes, so let's just consider that one done. We'll just add that into the pillar, and that one goes into the title of the pillar, just like on number 1, transportation works its way into the title as well. Revenue to support the arts. Now, I'm sensing this was more of a pay attention. You talked about a TOT, grants, an arts fee. Or do you want action on this one? Pay attention?
Pay attention, it's part of our study already.
Yeah, okay, good.
Pay attention for the arts in our study.
Excellent, very good. And then arts marketing of Santa Clara resources. Marketing, and we might have mentioned, yeah, that was around perfect, excellent. And Linka will make sure that that gets communicated to Circle Point and Threefold, that's a big part of the marketing is the wonderful history you have here. Expanding recreation to embrace non-competitive activities and not just be on the competitive side.
Pay attention.
Okay, very good. Very good. And any other views on that one? A multi-use arts center downtown with Santa Clara University.
Pay attention. Pay attention.
Or pay attention, or in some ways a wait list.
Because I think that could also, when we're looking at the downtown.
Yeah, a downtown revitalization, exactly. Yeah, good. Okay, excellent. And we're doing okay on the notes here and capturing all that. That was wait list / pay attention. Because it could be, you want to put that in front of your task force as something for them to consider.
This is downtown.
So then we have wayfinding and signage, and underneath that there was the regional bicycle wayfinding. There was the revisiting the sign ordinances for businesses and the Machado Park signage, which I think we can check off the list. It was simply that it's closed, if I'm not mistaken. Vice Mayor Hardy?
And why?
And why?
Get out their pitchforks.
Good. Give them some information. Can we just do that?
Yeah, parks.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm looking at the wrong person over here.
Both of us are on it.
On it. Okay. So we'll just say that one, doing it, done, nothing to bring back to council. Okay.
Visiting a sign ordinance for business is a huge undertaking. So
What do you think about that one?
waiting list on that.
Waiting list on that one? Okay. Other thoughts on the sign ordinance? I'm hearing waiting list on that. And then the regional bicycle wayfinding. Yes.
To me, those are together.
Okay, good. And we'll come back to bike trails later and opportunities, and that would get folded into that. Actually, I'm sorry, it's right down below in G. Yeah. So what about that one? Enhancing bike trails and bike opportunities. Pay attention, I'm hearing.
Well, because we've got a new bike plan we need to implement.
Perfect. Okay, excellent. So pay attention, and that can get folded into the bike plan. Included on that is to make sure of the wayfinding piece around that. Expansion of senior services, senior center hours. There's multiple in here, including potential new senior center or centers. So where? 3 on that one on the wait list. Okay, and I say a 3 here. Yes, yes. Okay. So I'm hearing a wanting to bring this back, and I'm seeing enough of that, so that comes back to staff, and enough direction here, or do we need a little bit more definition around that one? Okay, then it's hearing none. We'll move on to open space near existing facilities and better use of existing open space.
I think that's part of the parcel/bond.
Okay. Okay.
Will be discussed. Pay attention.
Pay attention. Very good. Other thoughts on that? Does that work for everyone? I'm seeing nods. Okay, we'll pay attention. And then all access playgrounds. In process? Yep, I'm getting a nod over here. So it's in process / pay attention on that one. And then partnering with school district to share resources. Somebody had mentioned to me that that's already happening, or does want to up?
Or not happening.
Or yes.
Or not happening.
School city liaison committee.
Partner with them, but I think it needs to be strengthened.
Pay attention
Okay.
to school city liaison committee.
Yeah.
Good, excellent, very good. Okay, we're ready to move on to number 3. Deliver and enhance high-quality, efficient services. There's the infrastructure maintenance and update, and that's where the bond or parcel tax comes into play. Where's council on this one? 3?
It's in progress, so do we need a 3 or a 1? Pay attention, it's in progress, I don't know.
What do you think?
It's in process. We'll bring in an item forward on February 11th.
There we go. Okay, so it's in.
Pay attention when that item comes forward.
Are you okay, Vice Mayor? Okay. Proactive policing to respond to property crimes, and we did have Assistant Chief Winter talk a little bit about that yesterday. Anything else to pay attention with that? And these are the car break-ins, property crimes.
All over the city.
Yeah, all over the city. Not
Whatever resources we can put in.
yeah, yeah. So you would like to hear something from PD? Direct staff? Okay, very good. I'm seeing 4 nods around the table on that. Are you okay in terms of direction? What to bring back? Excellent, very good. Okay.
If only it were that easy, right? Yeah, wow.
And now we move on to the RV parking update, and then there was that specific item, and then that opened up a larger discussion around homelessness. But let's just take that RV parking update. Do you want an RV parking update from staff?
Yes, 3.
So that would be a 3. I see a yes, a yes, a yes, yes. Okay, very good. And now the other item underneath that, which broadens that out to homelessness, reach out to the Housing Rehab Loan Committee for review and recommendations, and any other items that you would want staff to come back with on homelessness.
Homeless, yes. Like I said, I put out there, let's figure out how we could better use the community partners that are out there.
Okay.
I don't think we're making as much use of them as we could be.
Okay, so the specific proposal is a better coordination and collaboration with your community partners on homelessness. Is that something that you want information on? Are you wanting staff to pay attention to that? Where are we on that?
I think it needs to come back to us
We
about
have a housing department, so I say 3.
Okay, I'm hearing a 3, a 3, a 3, and a 3. Okay, so that'll come back. Yes, please.
Committee, it was actually broader than that. It was, as I recall, social services and.
It was a lot.
Okay, okay. So we'll get the update from that committee, and that will include specific items, and then maybe the broader items around homelessness. Noise from San Jose Airport, and then there was the suggestion of, there's lots of things underneath that, but the John Wayne Airport.
Our leverage with our new lobbyists to really look at what we can do here.
Excellent, very good.
3.
3. Yes. Yes, and I'm seeing multiple 3s here.
It's on a plane.
Okay.
Making noise.
Are we okay, staff, in terms of what that looks like? coming back to council, excellent. Service and accessibility of City Hall, both online and in person. And this was, we actually got that update this morning from your communications director. Yes, pay attention. And there were those specific items around the My Santa Clara app, which I think are easily remedied in terms of the other category, et cetera. Okay, sewer and water, more efficient system, and more purple pipe.
We can pay attention to that one.
Pay attention to that one. Okay, sounds like that's where the council is at. Explore responsible construction ordinance.
Yeah, we need to bring action on that one.
Okay. I'm seeing a 3. Councilmember O'Neill, Hardy, Vice Mayor. Okay, so that comes back. And staff, are you okay on that in terms of, good, excellent. IT enhancements and cybersecurity. We heard from your IT director this morning on that. In process? Good, good. I'm getting a nod from your IT director, so we'll say that's one is in process. Enhance community safety through technology. Part of the IT cybersecurity, excellent. So we'll put that in process, and there's your IT director sitting next to your police chief and future police chief. So it's happening already as we speak here. A street racing ordinance.
That's in process too.
It's in process. Excellent. Very good. Very good. Pay attention. And neighborhood watch.
Same thing, in process.
In process. Excellent. Very, very good. Okay, and we move on to item number 4, managing your workforce. Market to prospective employees. Be proactive on your recruitment.
I thought we were in process on some of that. I'm not
Yes.
I want to say 3 because I'm advocating for my own idea.
Okay, there was a 3 there.
I want to up
Up the game there on that one. Okay, okay. I'm seeing a nod over here. Okay. And
it's the market perspective. We have a recruitment issue here.
yeah. So what is staff doing to be proactive in recruitment, right? Yes, and wanting to really put a lot of emphasis on.
So I'm going to fold this into the budget part of the presentation where we were going to bring back the HR, the study session that council has already requested.
That's fine, yeah. I just want actual work done. Right.
Excellent, very good. And then modernizing technology for efficiencies. That's ongoing. It's been ongoing. I don't think it'll ever end, right? It's that kind of thing where new technology comes out. What about the specific item of the financial package update?
I'm not sure what that was.
That's ongoing too. That's in process as well. Okay, excellent, very good. And then the capacity study? 3. And that was the clear consensus yesterday. I'm seeing nods around the table, so staff are working on that. And City Manager Santana asked if she and staff could work through the governance committee, and you all agreed. Excellent. And then let's say D is not done, but it will be in about a half hour or an hour or so. Okay. Yeah, pay attention. Yes, pay attention when the related presentation is made. Okay, enhance community engagement and transparency. We move on to the next item here. So you are currently including your goals and pillars on your agenda items, and the suggestion here is there an opportunity to put the fiscal impact of the agenda item on the agenda?
I would like to, since we already have it in our report, it's just further back in there and the public doesn't often see it.
Okay, so it's simply a matter of moving it.
Pay attention and make it more
visible and not, yeah, does that make sense? Yes. Yeah, perfect, excellent. And then your city attorney, Doyle, yesterday said that he's already working with Ken on this, and so that is in process on the legal costs and volume of work. Collaborative engagement software. And I'm wondering, did we hear anything this morning on that?
That forward.
And the catalyze SV?
Catalyze SV to talk
Yes.
about especially community engagement around development projects and other things different from what our.
Okay, okay.
I'd like that to be
A 3, I'm seeing a nod here, so that's a 3, excellent. And we're okay there in terms of direction, what that looks like. Communicate and enforce election-related ordinances, your campaign ordinance, your dark money ordinance.
That's in process.
Is it a
City
process?
clerk?
Okay, so we're paying attention.
We're paying, good, excellent, very good. So that's in process. And then on the single source contracts and consent calendar items, the suggestion here is to provide background history around that so that it is explained. So it's not, why is this a single source contract? Why is this? What is the reasoning behind this being on consent calendar?
Pay attention.
Pay attention to that. Excellent. Very good. And then the reinstate the International Exchange Commission. A 3 from Councilmember Davis. I'm seeing a 1.
I don't see that as a priority. I would say.
Okay. Okay.
Debbie's going to be upset.
Okay.
3.
A 3.
A real issue in City Hall.
Okay. 3 and a 3. Councilmember O'Neill.
Okay, 3. I was kind of in favor of the other, with one of the people who wanted to combine it.
A 1. Councilmember Watanabe. 3. Okay, so we'll have that come back as a staff-generated item on IEC. Yes, please.
I don't see anything about town halls. I think that this would probably be the right category to put it in, and I know I talked about it yesterday. So, and I will be bringing it to staff at the next council meeting, but I think maybe it's something we should put on the list.
Yeah, thank you for that, and I did notice that, but remember that, but I remember you saying it's already coming in front of council, but let's make sure we get it on here just so it's on here and it's clearly in process since it'll be in front of council on the 11th. Okay, we're moving on to number 6, ensure compliance with Measure J and Levi Stadium. This was, the first one was access, community access to the stadium, Santa Clara Days, utilizing the community room. Okay.
Yeah, I know, yeah, it's good luck.
I'm hearing 3, Councilmember Watanabe, did I hear a 3? Okay, so we'll have staff bring back, what is the status of that? Revisit recommendations from the community study. This was the community engagement studies with Lou Edwards and the Public Dialogue Consortium. And there was a whole list of recommendations. And then the one what we remembered was that you mentioned yesterday was the parking permit program. Okay, a 3 here. Other thoughts?
I'd say 3, but the study needs to be updated.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, it is 3 years old at this point. Yes. Yeah, a 3. Okay, so that comes back, and included in that obviously is the parking permit program. Yes. And then ensure the new management company is effective, performing, and that they're in legal compliance.
It hasn't happened yet.
Yeah. So that's a pay attention. Good. And a big item that was a lot of consensus was ensuring revenue from, increasing revenue from non-NFL events. And underneath that, we had the curfew issue. There might be other aspects underneath that as well. So where are you on the revenue on non-NFL events?
Well, the curfew issue is a separate issue, so.
Okay, so let's.
Non-NFL 3.
We've got to rep.
Okay, so let's separate those out. Ensuring revenue from non-NFL events, I heard a couple 3s. Threes, yes, nodded around the board. Revisiting the curfew issue, separating that out. Parking lot at this point, okay. I'm hearing a couple, other thoughts, other reactions, preferences. Okay, very good, so that moves on to the parking lot. And then there's the issue of stadium parking with a lot of those parking lots being under development. Is that a pay attention?
It's pay attention because it's a couple years out, but we have to pay attention now.
Yeah, so get out in front of that one. Excellent, very good. Okay, we move forward to 7, and you'll note the wording there. You had just sustainability, so we played around with some language. How does that work for you? Promote sustainability and environmental protection. And part of the reason for that wording was you said that you wanted to focus on environmental sustainability at least for the next year. So we included that in the title. Does that work for you as a way to word Word the title? Excellent. Excellent, very good. And then so you will be focusing on environmental sustainability for 2020. And just to recap that from yesterday, you have the sustainability manager, new position coming in March, I believe it is. And you don't want to get too far out in front of that one to let that person come in and help shape this goal and help shape the work plan underneath that. Review annual citywide cleanup campaign. Is that a pay attention? Okay, okay. Measure success by establishing baseline data.
I can't remember what I said on that.
So the idea was, how do we know whether we're making progress on sustainability? How many trees, right? How many charging stations? And yes, thank you.
That's a pay attention.
Okay. Pay attention. And then, not that we need to go through each one of these, but these were you sort of brainstorming yesterday. What are some ideas to promote sustainability? And I heard very clearly the climate, we put that at the top of the list. Climate action plan is, your climate action plan is your major sort of driver on this, but you've got these other ideas. And so my sense is these are pay attention. Staff and new sustainability manager, here's some items here for you to pay attention to, and he or she, I'm sure, will have lots of other ideas. That was really well done, Council. Excellent. Good job. Okay, we're going to move us forward here. And now we come to the segment on referrals. So these are...
Could I please check in with the city manager in terms of what, and the city attorney in terms of what we just did? Is that... We're trying to be sensitive about things, but how are you feeling about, the workload and that, in terms of that?
We will organize it by sections 1, 2, and 3 so that the council can affirm it with a formal vote at a council meeting. And for the items 3 that require a work plan, we will bring that back as part of the budget process so that you can understand the resource needs that would go with it and make adjustments as necessary or pull it forward as part of the budget.
So just because we said yes, bring something back, it doesn't mean that it's approved.
Yes,
We have to
that's
go
right.
through a formal
That's right.
process. I just
Yes.
wanted to clarify that.
Yes, yes.
But we are just requesting that you get some work done. And
Yes.
the research.
We'll do the same process that we did last year with the matrix and have the discussion as part of the budget process.
City attorney?
And with respect to the ordinances, we will get them all down, and then we may have to bring back, like, which ones do you want us to bring first?
Right.
To focus our energy on
I
first.
think that there might be some drafts for you to look at.
Oh,
on some of
absolutely. No, I understand the drafts, and I'm familiar with it. I just, there may be a priority that you want to see them in.
All right, very good.
Good. Okay, thank you. Moving us forward here. So on to referrals and referred items. And so first up on the list, if you look at in your tab 4, you have items referred for this session from your September 5th governance study session. That's tab 4, along with, well, I'm going to hold on the other one for right now. So there's not an expectation that we're going to go through these item by item. This is a check-in. Did staff capture these? Are these the items that you want to have referred? Is there anything else that needs to go on the list? Is there anything that comes off the list? Just a check-in.
Some of these we've already moved, like
And
capacity study and other things.
Excellent. Very good. And we don't need to spend a lot of time on that if there aren't questions or anything else to refer to. And hearing none, I'm going to move us forward on to the next item, which is the innovation zone. And that is tab number 5. And how would council like to address this?
I wanted to start this section these are requests that have come from outside sources of either additional study sessions by the council, and wanting to bring them forward for your consideration and determination today as to how to move forward.
Okay, and on the referrals from the September Governance Committee?
No, for the next item.
Oh, for the innovation items. Okay, good. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. So let's start with the innovation zone. Kick us off,
So
Councilmember O'Neill.
we've talked about this a couple of times, this item. So the update is that San Jose went ahead and they announced the program. It's still like in its early stages. To be honest with you, I think it in part is a very well-intentioned effort by Vice Mayor Chappie Jones in San Jose to kind of reach across Stevens Creek Boulevard and Winchester Boulevard and partner a little bit more with Santa Clara. So they did honor our request and they changed their map of the zone that it doesn't include Santa Clara. We still don't have a lot of details. They're basically kind of doing it, opening it up to if they, if you make it, they will come kind of thing. So I don't really have very much more information to give you. Like I said, it's a concept. It was just, an attempt from San Jose to partner with us. And as Vice Mayor Jones's staff has been working on trying to, with some of the various companies to see if they want to do some particularly transportation-oriented pilots.
So is there anything that you're looking for here from staff, from your council colleagues?
Well, it's been a little confusing. I actually am kind of surprised that it's here because I thought that, there wasn't really much interest besides myself in doing it. But so if people's opinions have changed, as I said, I don't really have any more structure at this time to provide. As I said, it's conceptual. They're just looking to see if we wanted to partner.
Excellent. Vice Mayor Hardy.
I will tell you, I love technology. I am interested. My biggest concern is what are we signing our neighbors up for? And because we don't have that answer at this point, that's why I think we're all kind of holding back.
Okay.
So it's not, and it's nice to have San Jose. We'd love to work with them on something. We need to be careful. We protect our residents. We're very careful about that.
You need a little bit more clarity. What exactly is going on before you're ready to
I'm not going to give a blank check.
sign on to it. Okay. Yes.
Well, let me just speak to that.
Yeah.
Any project that would come up, I understand, I really appreciate the Vice Mayor is, watching out for our residents. Any project that comes up, if we don't want to participate, we say no. It was just partially to indicate a willingness. At this, like I said, at some point, I guess we sign an MOU or something like that. But yeah, if we don't want to participate, and I don't think they're going to be, we're not going to be piloting strategic air bombers over Stevens Creek Boulevard or something like that. But so.
Okay. Councilmember Davis.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Hardy, for taking care of my residents in my district. The innovation zone goes into a residential area, and the thing was they were going to use the streets, and we didn't really have a lot of clarity on it. Mm-hmm. And the other thing was the funding source. How are we doing this? Like, what's happening? So, I have to say, Councilmember O'Neill, we've had the conversations, and we understand what they're trying to do. To partner with, a neighboring city is a good idea, but at this point, this was not the project I was kind of looking for because we split Stevens Creek, and the police department can tell you we got one half, they have the other, San Jose. So there's some things happening there, but at the same time, I said to Chappie Jones, I said, if you really want to make this innovation zone, let's take the whole corridor of Stevens Creek and work on it. But that would encompass a little bit more regional input with a lot of people. So
that's a separate effort.
Yeah. So right. So that was my comments to him, but I just wanted to put this on hold until it was something that became a little bit more easier for us to get out there and work with.
Very good. Mayor Gilmore?
I just wanted to say, I think that because of the lack of information that's coming forward, they wanted us to designate a certain area in south of Forest, I want to say south of Forest area of Santa Clara as an innovation zone, which it's primarily a single-family residential area.
Yeah.
So I was concerned about designating that the innovation zone when we have, other innovation zones in the city. And when I personally asked for more information, I never received anything back. But I watched the press conference they had on this, and I think that maybe we should send a letter saying that, we may be interested, give us a project. If you have something specific you want to give us, then we'd be willing to look at it, I think, to kind of close the loop, because Councilmember O'Neill is, trying to reach out across the aisle here and do some work. So I think maybe sending something back saying, keep us in mind if there's something specific that doesn't affect, the single-family residences in Debbie's district.
Okay.
Or something like that.
Mhm.
So,
Yeah.
yeah.
Does that
So
work?
pay attention, but send back a positive, positive.
Yep, seeing lots of nods around the table.
That's great.
Good.
So,
Joel?
yeah, that's my point. Like, let's keep engaged with this thing.
Yes.
They're talking about different innovation, and as regard funding, I don't think they're asking any funding because it's the private companies which are trying to fund these programs. But yeah, of course, yeah, we should be positively engaged with that. And these are some of the innovative things they may be talking about. They can be very beneficial. But keep engaged, and as soon as we have more info, we should go.
So stay engaged, keep the door open, and communicate that via letter. Excellent, very good. Are we good? The next item on the referral list is a letter from Kylie dated January 21st. That's tab 6 in your binder. And any context around that?
This is a letter that came after the council's action with request to their past or former entitlements. And Kylie has expressed an interest of, before submitting an application, that they'd like to go into study session with the council to hear a little bit more of the council's preferences around the mixed-use project before they consider submitting an application. And so it really is a request for a study session if that's how the council wants to spend its time. It is unusual in terms of out of a normal process, and so I wanted to bring this forward.
Don't they have an application in a development project on, and aren't they doing an EIR? And
That's right.
So they have an application in, and I thought we already did like a front gate or.
Good. Andrew, come on. Yeah.
Process. And
Good. Let's
all
let
that. So then it would be extremely unusual.
Let's let your planning director speak to that.
Well, I can just affirm everything that was just said. It's correct. They have an application on file. We have started working with them on the preparation of environmental impact report. We did have the early consideration hearing for our general plan amendment process. So all those things have happened. The ball is very much in the applicant's court at present as they're working on some redesign, reformulation of the project. And so at this point, staff is essentially waiting for them to submit their newest proposal.
Can I ask Andrew about the FAA seemed to be the big issue, so I don't even know why you would hear anything before the FAA has made some kind of, I don't know. Tell us about the FAA.
Sure. And I'm sorry, I didn't introduce myself. Andrew Crabtree, Director of Community Development for the City of Santa Clara. So there's a FAA referral process for projects in vicinity of the airport, San Jose Airport in this case. And there's different steps in that process. There's sort of an upfront referral where we receive comments back from airport staff related to certain height limitations. And that's typically conducted through the planning process and was in this case. The staff from the county also encouraged the applicant to go forward with a sort of part of the process that typically occurs later, where you submit sort of specific building designs to the FAA. That often, as I mentioned, happens after planning entitlements are done. But in this case, they went early into that process, and they did receive feedback from the FAA that their project would not receive that approval from the FAA. So that's really prompted them to reconsider their design.
Okay, thank you. That's what I thought. All right.
I just wanted to clarify. There's a statement in the in Kylie's letter that I think needs to be clarified. It says they basically say that they're contending that the denial of the extension to their development permit removes certain rights that were in place at the time of the development acquisition. That's just not correct. I mean, this was a development agreement with an expiration date on it, allowing the expiration of the development agreement to expire. No way takes away anything from them. They only had development rights with a timestamp on them. We're not removing anything.
I just don't see why we would take any action on this at all. It's outside of what we normally do, and they're already in process with the development.
Yeah.
So Unless anybody else.
Good. Any other thoughts around that, or are we ready to move on? There's no action or response needed?
Oh, is the developer here? Is she here? I didn't see you, but maybe we can hear from the developer? The request? You were hiding back there behind the wall.
Hi. The request was just simply that right now the underlying, a couple things happened at the council meeting. One is that I heard some concerns and misunderstandings about the FAA issue. So we thought maybe we would explain why our site was particularly impacted by the FAA when some other sites around us weren't, if that was of interest to you. And then also, the underlying zoning currently is office, and we heard loud and clear you wanted to proceed with the mixed-use project. And now we're in the middle of, we're looking at the mixed-use project because we had the FAA information, and we wanted to make sure that as we move forward with the program and as we move forward with our plan, that it's something that meets your requirements. And so that we wanted to hear from you directly what it is that you would like to see on the site, since the underlying zoning is office and we're talking about something different. And we didn't want to go too far out without having some communication with you guys. That was the simple request.
Well, I would be interested in having a session, because this is, like next to the related project, this is like the biggest project we have. So I would be interested in at least getting more, an update, instead of us getting kind of piecemeal information.
It's a project in process, and it's going through the process, so that would be very unusual for us to do that when it's in the middle of a process where council is giving our feelings and feedback on a project when a plan has already been submitted and it's already gone through the gatekeeper. So I think it sets a bad precedent for us that we'd be having study sessions on projects in the middle of their entitlement periods.
Well, but it sounded to me like, well, maybe Andrew or Brian could clarify. It's kind of like where they are or what their status, because it sounds like the current application isn't going to be able probably to go forward.
The current application is not going to, the same exact thing is not going to, a mixed-use project will come forward. The one that we submitted will change.
I just wanted to clarify for everybody that the current application that's now, that got the go-ahead, if you recall, for the, through the gatekeeper process, is separate from this previous development agreement. So that, they're just proceeding. Yeah, they're proceeding with their process to get a general plan amendment and have a different project than the one that they previously bought into when they purchased the property from the previous owners. So nothing that you're doing now will. It's really whatever you think is the normal review process for you on that new permit is really where we're at.
Here's my concerns is that if we hear this now in the middle of, we don't have any environmental information, we don't have anything, we don't have the full package, hasn't gone through the planning commission. So if you're looking for feedback from the council, I think I'm not sure we can give feedback when we're in process without all that information in front of us. So it's like you're asking us maybe not pre-approved, but give a nod, yes, we like it or not like it, without the full package in front, and that isn't completely unusual for us. So I hope you appreciate the thought that I have is that they have a project going forward, and we're having a study session on a project that's halfway through the process. It just seems odd to me.
Just also want to mention that we have other development projects, and this could start a precedent that from a council agenda perspective.
Yes.
And
Councilmember Chahal.
May I ask a quick question about the FAA? So do you know the status where you stand from FFA guidelines? You're very clear about the FFA? No?
We haven't heard back from the FAA yet. We're hoping, it's a negotiation process. We're hoping to hear back in February.
So basically, when you are, as a developer, it's not clear what you will be building according to.
We don't know how much square footage they would allow, how high we would go.
Oh, okay. So that
I think what I was trying to do was just to sort of, and it wasn't the end result, it was just sort of the beginning, like what does the city want to see happen on that site? Because the general plan says office, it's clearly not office, so that when we get information, we could start to make some better decisions so that when we come back to you later, we have incorporated your thoughts into that plan. And we would come back later and talk some more after we did our EIR, or after we got some more information. It was a simple That was really the simple request.
So my specific question is, do you even know as of today what is the maximum height you can go according to FAA, or you don't?
We have not heard back from the FAA.
Thank you.
Ryan, you were going to jump in?
No, I was just going to remind the council that, at the initial, at the gatekeeper, there was a lot of feedback from the council, and there was a lot of caution about, the extensive nature of the project. So, I don't know. Essentially, it sounds like what's being asked for is a second bite at the gatekeeper apple, and that's up to the council as to whether or not they want to do that.
And Councilmember Watanabe?
Thank you. Regarding the development agreement, my understanding is the development agreement expires, correct? The end of May or early June. So this would have to take place before that the development agreement expires.
No, it's a separate request. The development agreement is behind us. And
The amendment, okay.
the amendment is behind us. We're looking into the future for a plan that works for both the city and for us.
Okay. Okay.
Anything else on this item? Vice
You're
Mayor?
referring to the general plan, and is that on? Are you referring to the general plan being office, but plan developments? We're able to look at plan developments and do something different. So that's why I wouldn't feel so tied to that if you've looked at the history of the city.
We just wanted to know get a better sense of what the city was. I understand. Okay. Any other questions? Thank you very much for considering the request.
Good, very good. Okay, moving us forward, what is not on the agenda, but this is a late add, is VTA. And at this point, I think what I'll do is I'll turn it over to Councilmember O'Neill on the issue around VTA, and what would you like to discuss, or what would you like from your colleagues?
Okay, so there's been a little bit of discussion. Just to give you a little bit of background, what I would like to have us do is to maybe have a study session, because let me back up a little bit. As you all are aware, we are planning for BART Phase 2, and that is going to include the terminus of the line is currently scheduled to be Santa Clara, and going back more than 10 years, there has been various planning efforts related to the Santa Clara station. There was a plan that was issued in 2010, but right off the bat, I think San Jose kind of started developing. And I don't think there wasn't a lot of attention being paid to that plan. And the BART station has, kind of become more finalized in a different configuration. And in the meantime, the city is starting with Hunter Storm. We have a proposed development by the Caltrain station. We have some various things going. And so what VTA was trying to do was to help the communities that are going to be around the major new BART stations to look at how do you develop, we talk a lot about transportation demand management and all of that. And so one of the concepts that's used these days to do that is having transit-oriented communities, not just transit-oriented developments, but where you look at, you're creating, we've talked a lot about placemaking. We've talked about, the benefits of community engagement and community benefits. And partially what you then want to have is you want to have communities. You don't want to have just a series of random developments that don't blend together very well. And so the thought behind the work that VTA did, there's a playbook for what I still call the 5 Wounds, Little Portugal area. There's one for downtown San Jose. There's going to be a whole separate effort that we're all hearing about Diridon Station. And the other one is they did one for Santa Clara. And they examined areas that could be developed, what would be the need. So what the playbook provides is like kind of framework or suggestion as you look at if you're going to do a specific plan. And for an area where, and I know Lisa's extremely experienced in real estate, and I know that she has a slightly different view about some of the development potential, but I think at least that's some of the things we need to be talking about, where there's going to be a huge infrastructure investment in bringing a BART station to Santa Clara. And where, like the Hunter Storm development, they're kind of planning on that happening. And so how do we look at that whole area? And it also impacts what we do with the downtown in terms of how effective this is done. So this is like, looking at the playbook is like, kind of like a prelude to helping you decide, do you want to do a specific plan? And if you're going to do a specific plan, when you particularly are looking about issues related to transportation, this is what you need to be considering. Kendra, could you go to the next slide, please? So as I said, so there's been a ton of work, like Suds Jane mentioned that he's been on the Santa Clara BART working group. There had been a lot of community meetings, and the whole thought is to, once again, to have a more consistent approach to how, or, you know, a more fully realized approach to making a new community happen and all the kinds of things that we're talking about. And so the playbook addresses a lot of those areas. And Jill Gibson is here from VTA. She has been extremely involved with, so here you can kind of see here's some of the why VTA thought that it would be very valuable to do this, because in a way it maximizes the potential of having that, as I said, have this rare transit opportunity where, you know, that we're going to have there at the Santa Clara station, and making sure that we maximize the development opportunities, you know, for housing, for workplaces, for parks, and it's takes into account more than just like we just worked on the Hunter Storm project, but this is a kind of a more encompassing approach to that whole area. And as I said, I think it could have spillover effects. And one of the things too, the reasons why, you know, there are questions why, you know, like there are people out there saying, why are we bringing BART to Santa Clara? We should just stop it at Diridon Station. And some of the response to that is that the view is that there's a lot of development potential by coming to Santa Clara. Like one of the thoughts that I had mentioned to the general manager of VTA, Nuria Fernandez, and now it's being incorporated into thinking, is instead of just having, because people are probably aware that the maintenance and the storage yard and some of those other things will be in Santa Clara where the land was available. But now the thinking is that we've talked about Hudson Yards before. Well, one of the things that Hudson Yards in New York has done is they've capped over the railroad tracks and they've built on top of it. So some of the thinking is here in Santa Clara to do that similarly, and so that there would be more usable space, and also you wouldn't have, you know, kind of a not very attractive railway yard. That's what everybody would see. So the concept of looking at, you know, transit-oriented communities encompasses those ideas. And so the playbook, like I said, is just kind of something to assist us in our thinking. And so this is kind of some of the whole thing that you're looking at in terms of when you are looking at going beyond just having individual developments. So I can try to answer questions. As I said, Jill has been good enough to be sitting here. Yes, certainly.
Thank you, Councilmember O'Neill. So the way I look at this, they want to just bring this playbook to present it to the community,
right? And
or
so,
what?
So they're looking for, like, you know, like if we would make a statement that, and you know, Jill, I don't know if you want to speak further to this. I know San Jose adopted one of the playbooks. It's kind of like saying, okay, making a statement that we're adopting the framework. But Jill, would you care to speak to that a little bit more?
Good afternoon. Jill Gibson with VTA Mayor and Council. Thanks for having us here. So as Councilmember O'Neill was saying, we would like to respectfully come back to council. We were here, I think, in April of 2019 and did a study session. And so as we've put out the draft playbooks, they're on our website. We've done a lot of community conversations, have a lot of great discussions with city staff. we'd like to come back and tell you kind of the results of, what's really in the playbooks, what we've heard, and how we intend to revise the playbooks based on all the great community engagement.
So can we put this playbook on our agenda without a lot of staff work?
Mayor, if I
Yeah.
may. So just to clarify, because VTA has told us specifically what actions they would like the council to take. And I think the first one's correct, which is endorse the holistic approach to the playbook. I think the second one is the one that's going to require quite a bit more staff work, because we do have some concerns that haven't been addressed, and we provided letters to them, which is direct staff to prioritize implementation of land use, infrastructure, and funding programs. So that's a significant one. One is because obviously we have a lot of other land use plans that we're working on, and a decision to prioritize this over those other land use plans, we want to take a look and see what that means for the council. And of course, the funding programs looks at taking future city revenues and using them for infrastructure and BART operations. So we would want to take a really hard look at what that means. That is going to require some additional staff work. If we do something more similar to what we had told the VTA before, which was endorse the plan without prioritizing it above other plans, because we do definitely want to work with them, and we've been working with them on the land use plan, or the funding issue, which we have significant concerns about. I think that's something staff mentioned months ago, that we would be comfortable bringing that to council. If council wants to consider the prioritizing, the infrastructure, and the funding, we would request a bit more time so we can really let you know what that would mean.
Can we just start with them bringing the playbook at a session and just promoting it? Because I can see all kinds of issues with taking revenue and funding BART maintenance. I don't ever see that happening. But yeah, can't we just look at what they promoted? I think the community, I saw the draft copy, would find it interesting, because in this particular area around this site, there's been a lot of development, and it's bordered by Santa Clara University, so there's not a lot of potential there. Bordered by the new, Prometheus development across the street, the city property. A lot is happening out there now. There's actually very little land, unless, as Councilmember O'Neill said, you cap it and build over it. There's a lot of single-family neighborhoods and other things. So where they had identified some areas, I questioned ever having high-density development in these single-family neighborhoods. But hey, who knows? So since they've done the work, we can have them come without us committing to anything, or the staff committing to a lot of
As a staff,
research until the council gives direction to do that. I hear you loud.
as a staff, we've been pretty comfortable with that, and we actually even think we're working on grants for land use planning and everything else. We had significant concerns about the other pieces of it. I think at this point, VTA, we made the request to just look at that piece. It's not something but certainly I think if we were looking at that, hey, let's endorse the plan generally with the good ideas and allows us to move forward with some planning work together, that's something that could be done fairly quickly. If we want to look at the other pieces, that would require a lot more staff work.
Well, right, and I think one of the things too is to make clear what are the areas that VTA has identified that could be potentially be redeveloped. It could be that the mayor is completely right, and those aren't suitable. But at least maybe we could have that discussion.
Absolutely.
And I know that this area really, it straddles District 2, which is Councilmember Hall's district, and District 5, which we don't have a representative right now for that council district. So we need to keep that in mind as well.
Okay, thanks, Jill.
So yeah, I don't have a question for you, Jill. Thanks. Manuel, you answered my questions, because if it's something that we already do in the process of every day in our city, and then they want us to kind of adopt some of their values or their what they found to their benefits. But the funding was the big thing. Is like, where are we going to get money? And you said, let's bring it back. Let's talk about it. Do more research on this, because I'm okay with updates and listening, but I don't want to commit to something unless we know what's going to happen. And right now we have other things going on in the city, so I'm just kind of like wondering.
Well, so this is just it's a framework. It's not really committee. It's like, saying, because at some point, we'll make a decision, for are we going to do a specific plan for that area? And I think maybe if the council and the community understands what do we view as
Okay.
the development potential for that area. It's
I get that, Teresa, but at the same time, I'd rather have the open discussion with the whole council and put it on the agenda and move
right.
forward.
That's all I'm asking. That's all I'm asking.
Do we need a motion for that, or just, we're okay, put it on the agenda?
What do you think? A motion? Yeah, let's,
So put it on the agenda.
okay.
And then we'll decide from there, after they submit the report and it's out to the public, how much further we want to take this. Is
Excellent.
that okay?
Right, yeah. And maybe we can help. I don't know that if we've had, maybe we could put a link on the city's website or under potential, or I don't know. I'm trying to remember if we have anything about BART coming to Santa Clara on our website, but, so that people can, if they're looking, they can go and look at the playbook. I mean, I think it's a very interesting document.
It'll be interesting, especially for the downtown Santa Clara folks and the people that live in the old quad to see what, how they've identified land uses down there.
Mayor, just clarification for me. As we bring it back to council, you're interested in hearing from staff on the 3 specific actions that VTA had requested, or just for them to present?
Let them present the playbook and bring it out to the public, and we can ask questions and then go from there.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Don't worry.
Don't get nervous.
Next week, is that okay? Next week?
Very good, excellent. Okay, very good. Thank you, Jill.
Thank you. Thanks, Jill.
Okay, yeah, we're good. So let's move us forward, and there are one other set of referrals, and those are the ongoing referrals, and that's, and we're not going to go through these item by item. These are just a check-in, make sure staff is tracking everything that council is referring. This is tab number 7, current council referrals. Any questions you have around those? Anything missing? Anything you need any clarity, additional information?
Done some of these too.
Yeah, some of these are already done.
And, yeah.
No, I'm just saying, it looks like a lot of it is.
And so let me just turn to Kendra and say, Kendra, it sounds like this needs to be updated.
It was when we issued the agenda. It was the most recent. But it has since been updated since we issued the agenda. So
Okay.
I apologize that we don't have it, but when we published it, it wasn't.
Okay. So there is an updated version, which of course staff is updating on a regular basis as these get accomplished.
Okay.
Good. Excellent. And then you also have the work plan, and that's tab number 8. And so as I mentioned yesterday, one of the things I heard from you in the interviews was wanting to make sure that you're tracking the work that's being done under your pillars and goals, and so you'll see that's organized now. The work plan is now
I like
organized.
that a lot. You put
Yes.
it under each goal, so it's
Yes.
easier to track.
So the goal stands prominent, the pillar stands prominent, and then you have the items, the work items underneath that. And if there's no questions around the work plan, and if you do, let's open the door, and if there aren't, we can move forward.
Okay.
Okay, sounds like we're good. Excellent. Well done. We are now ready to move into our final topic for the day, which is major projects. And on the top of that list, of course, is City Place related project. Are we ready to do that now? Do we want to break and come back?
Could we have a 5-minute?
Yeah, we'll do a staff presentation. It'll be relatively brief, and then we'll open it up. And then if there are any other projects that you want to talk about, we can create a space for that. But at this point, let's just take 10 minutes, and if we could reconvene at 10 after the hour, 2:10.
Thank you. We're going to move, I should have done this before the break, I apologize. We're going to move to public presentations. If any member of the public would like to make a presentation, please come forward. Nora, do we have any cards? All right, please come forward. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I'm back.
Okay.
And my fortune cookies say that if I make decisions from the heart and my head to make it work out. So let's see what happens in the next year. The reason why I'm going to leave in just a few minutes, and I would like to tell all of you how important it is that we need, and as stated above on some of your discussion earlier, how important it is to have a council person immediately be put in place of Patty Mahan's seat. That, to me, is the most important thing right now in reclaiming our downtown. I highly recommend all of the council. I've spoken to you, most of you. I haven't spoken to all of you, but I'm hoping that you will go toward making a decision right away. I am pushing reclaiming our downtown. I'm not telling you who to vote for, but I would like one of the recommendations to be that you can vote in that district and to be able to walk around and meet the people. And I've been putting out a lot of fires lately, and I'd like someone in place. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Please come forward. Afternoon.
Hi, my name is Diane Harrison. I'm a member of the BPAC, but I'm not representing them. What I wanted to talk to you about is basically moving back to the idea of Santa Clara being the center of what's possible instead of what I'm tending to call it now, the center of delay and denial. I just feel like other cities are progressing beyond us. Now, my issue, of course, is bicycling, my main issue, and pedestrians. And I see other cities around us that are surging forward. I know you have been discussing the climate action plan and greenhouse gases and so forth. So my piece is just the transportation piece. And the way I see it is, and then, another thing I noticed that you were asking for a commission and begging for a commission. I mean, to me, a council member should not have to beg for a commission. It should be just like you want a commission, you should have a commission. And if it's cost too much money, have fewer staff members. Right now we have 1 council member and 3 staff members at every single meeting, plus sometimes more. That doesn't seem to be necessary. We could have probably fewer than that. And I realize that not everybody will be happy about progressing toward fighting climate change, that they would like Santa Clara to be like it was in their youth in the 50s, 60s, or 70s, but that will not happen. That cannot happen. And some of these people are being awakened by their kids who cannot afford to live anywhere near their parents. So they want single-family homes, no high-rises, and affordable rents. And unfortunately, the combination is not possible. So in order to move back to the center of what's possible, we need to move into the 21st century, in fact, into 2020. And on top of that is dealing with the impending climate crisis. Let's see. I guess I just, yeah. So I mean, I guess you all know how important that is these days with Australia and everything, which could become here. So let's see. Yeah, I guess we would like to, so also as part of the BPAC, we'd like to be able to maybe do a little more than we are doing now. And we're all trying to push toward it, and we're all being told, well, we can't do this, we can't do that, we need to do studies, we need to do this, we need to do. Anyway, it'd be nice if we were feeling like we're getting more encouragement for some of the things we want to do to make it better for us and for the whole city. And if it's financial, well, we're volunteers. Every commission and committee is full of volunteers. We all want to help the city, and we're doing it for free, and we're doing it willingly. So our time, our expertise, our willingness to help should be taken advantage of instead of pushed back against. And that's definitely true with the BPAC. For those who don't know, that's the Bicycle Pedestrian Advisory Committee.
Thank you.
So anyway, I'm not really reading this, as you can tell. So yeah, I guess that's, there's other things I know you're doing, but that's probably my primary thing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else? Please come forward.
Thank you.
Good afternoon.
The agenda that I see here shows that the public presentations was after the major projects.
We'll do that again.
Oh, you're going to do it again?
I
I'll
thought
wait.
I should have
Okay.
had one before the break, but you can talk now and later, or either or. Thank you. Anyone else? All right, let's move ahead. Oh, was there anyone else? No? Okay.
Okay.
Oh, you moved, so I thought, okay.
Very good.
All right.
So we are on to related project, and I'll turn it over to Ruth Shikata, Assistant City Manager, and she'll kick it off.
Good afternoon, Mayor and the members of the council. I'm Ruth Shikata, Assistant City Manager. And we're going to, Dolores Montenegro sitting next to me. She's the Priority Project Manager. She and I are going to tag team this presentation. But before we start, thought I'd take the opportunity to introduce Dolores a little bit. She started with the city in April of last year, August of last year. She has a broad range of experience in both the public sector and in the private sector. I certainly couldn't do that, her background justice, so I asked her if she could just give just a minute or two background so you can get to know her a little bit.
Good afternoon, Mayor and members of council. Thank you so much for having us today and allowing us the opportunity to present today on the related project, a very significant milestone upcoming, and I will tap on that. But in brief, some background about me. We'll try and take the last 25 to 30 years of my experience and summarize it in about a minute's time. I spent the first 25 of my years in the public sector and working on multiple projects, including the successful deliveries of projects like the San Jose Arena, the Joint Library Project, the San Jose City Hall, Mexican Heritage, and multiple community centers and libraries. In the aftermath of redevelopment agencies having collapsed and gone away, I spent the last 8 years of my career in the private sector working for a project and construction management firm, 2 firms to be specific. The last 4 years of that were spent actually working for clients very much like the City of Santa Clara, delivering programs such as community centers, libraries, police stations, et cetera. And the more recent, which is this endeavor. And I'm very happy and very privileged to be a member of staff. And I would like to say that I hit the ground running, but really it was more like a sprint. There was a lot of ground that's been covered since the point in time when council took action on the multitude of agreements and other entitlement processes that took place. And so now where we are in this process is running in parallel with a number of other agreements and entitlements processes that need to take place to actually implement and construct this project.
Okay. Well, with that, I have to also acknowledge that while Dolores and I are making the presentation this afternoon, that this project has touched every single department in the city, and that there are staff that are engaged at all levels, from the department heads down to technicians, I shouldn't say down, but across the spectrum of the jobs that we have in all of the departments. So whereas we're running point in the manager's office, I have to say that there's everyone here in the city staff is engaged. So just to set a little bit of context for those of you that are not really familiar with the project, so the first major milestone was in June of 2016, and that's when the council approved the bundle of entitlements, the zoning, the general plan amendment, and the development agreement and the disposition and development agreement. That really set the framework for us to move forward and to implement the project. We've been working diligently since that time. I mean, you stop and look at the calendar, and that's been almost 4 years ago. But the work has been continuous, and we've put a lot of effort into it. So we All that effort is going to start coming forward, and the council is going to see a lot of activity, and then there'll be things that will appear on the council agenda for your future consideration. So the project, this is a rendering of the project. It's a 9.1 million square feet project, mixed use with office, retail, entertainment, hotel, and residential. So I'm going to move the presentation to Dolores now, and she'll go a little bit over where we are from the planning perspective and from the development area plans, and that these are some of the first agreements first items that will be coming forward for the council.
So in the slide that you see in front of you, you see the preliminary phasing plan, and the preliminary phasing plan is made up of several phases. Only the first two of these phases will actually be coming in front of you in the next several weeks and months. Noted here are the city approvals and permits that we will be seeking, again, in the next several weeks and months. Let's talk a little bit about the first two phases of the project, and these two phases are identified in the form of development area plans. These are the very specific components of consideration for each of the bodies of work that will be coming before you, well, even before then, to the Planning Commission and then subsequently to the City Council for consideration. Phases 1 and 2, as noted, have been submitted. Following the submittals of those, it has gone through an extensive amount of review internal to the city through the Project Executive Committee, and as well as the multitude of staff that are working on this project. And when I say multitude, I mean it's a core group of individuals within the city that have been really focused on the attention to these applications and these submittals. And per the MCP, or the Master Community Plan, there is a portion within the DAP process that allows, at the developer's discretion, to bring as a second step the architectural materials. These are identified in the form of both concept, building blocks in the initial phase, again, Planning Commission, City Council approval with subsequent architectural review by in-house staff. The schedule as currently identified, and this speaks only to the first development area plan, is that we had a Planning Commission study session. The purpose of the Planning Commission study session was really just to bring everyone back up to speed on everything that has happened since the original approval of the entitlement of this project. The Planning Commission will formally meet for consideration of the DAP 1 on February 20th, with subsequent consideration by the City Council anticipated for a March 17th date. The dates for the DAP 2, which again have recently undergone similar review internal to the city, have not been scheduled, but we will be and shortly publishing that schedule as well and reviewing that with the related team. What's included in the submittals? In the phase 1, you can see the breakout of the various different components. A little over 1 million square feet of mixed use in the form of retail, food, beverage, entertainment, office, hotel, and residential. In the second phase, just a little over 1.7 million square feet for a total just under 3 million square feet of mixed use just in the first two phases. And as Assistant City Manager Ruth identified, the total of all phases once developed total more than 9 million square feet of mixed use development. This particular slide outlines the DAP 1 and DAP 2, and you can see down in the lower portion, the phase 1 is identified. That really is a body of work that will be off of the landfill or the golf course site, and it includes the former Santa Clara Golf and Tennis Club, as well as the fire station that's existing there now, and other facilities. Phase 2, or DAP 2, is the portion in sort of purple, I'm thinking that's what that color is, in the form of just about a half a T, if you will. But you can see the outline, and that really is the core, if you will, of the development of this project, because that really will be the center piece, if you will, of this entire development in the form of mass amounts of mixed use, retail, residential, again, hotel, and entertainment, all considerations of DAP 2. A brief overview of the current and upcoming work that's included in the DAP process is the sign program. There's a very comprehensive signage program that's included in the development area plans, and that speaks to the overall framework and then gets into the more specific detail levels at the ground level. The architectural review, as noted, is a step 2 function, and that will come by way of a secondary submittal by the developer, and it will follow just after council consideration of the DAP 1. DAP 2, again, as noted, has not been scheduled, but that schedule is currently being formulated and will be shared as soon as we have solidified that with the developer. What's currently in play, design and construction-wise? The design work includes infrastructure plans that are ongoing and include work both on the landfill and off the landfill, and that includes new infrastructure to support the new development in the form of new utilities and new roadways. In addition to that, there are a number of opportunities for open space to be included in these 2 development phases, and part of that includes an introduction of the landscape architect from the developer to work with and alongside our parks group and team to look at these open space opportunities and try and optimize those uses both in the public and private realm. We talked a little bit about temporary parking and some earlier touch points that the council brought to our attention and things that we need to be paying close attention to, and this is one of those considerations. Once this development gets underway, it will include the demolition and taking of areas that would otherwise be used for parking. In this regard, we are looking at interim measures and formulating those plans, and we will be bringing forward to you what those interim conditions will look like. There's an identification of preliminary work on the new Fire Station 10 that will replace the Fire Station 10 that's currently in place. We'll be shortly displacing those crews and moving them over to a temporary expanded Fire Station 8, which I'll talk a little bit more about in just a few seconds here, or a few minutes. And that Fire Station 10, in terms of its current design, is at the conceptual design stage. We have identified a parcel of land on which that station can reside, and what we have worked with the developer in doing is to ensure that the station, both from programmatic standards and as well as operational standards, will accommodate and suit the needs of that fire crew. So let's talk a little bit about the current work. Fire Station 8, as I mentioned, is an existing fire station. It is benefiting currently, and as mentioned to Assistant City Manager Ruth just a few minutes ago, we are in the latter stages of finalizing and issuing a temporary certificate of occupancy to the expanded station, which will soon house the Fire Station 10 crews. Once that certificate of occupancy, let me take a step back. A temporary certificate of occupancy is on the cusp of being issued today. What that will allow us to do is to have beneficial occupancy and an opportunity for the fire station crew and members of that future station to be able to come in and do some additional improvements that they will like to see, but that were outside of the scope of the current contract that is being undertaken by the developer, as noted. Let's talk a little bit about the temporary access that is going to be required to be in place. There is currently a slip ramp, which is the lower half of the slide that you see, and then a temporary road that goes all the way from that slip ramp out and around and meeting up with the Great America Parkway area. Both of those bodies of work are anticipated to be completed in late March of this year, and again, it's all subject to weather conditions and permitting conditions for construction crews to be able to proceed unimpeded. Current work in terms of site preparation, that includes the subsequent demolition permits being issued for city buildings on the Stars and Stripes, and those are currently in process, as well as other work that includes vacating the Stars and Stripes area, because Stars and Stripes will be relocated, and then mapping out the parcels. That is all part of the Phase 1 area that has been outlined in purple there. We talked a lot earlier about partnerships and the number of people that are touched when projects of this scale and this complexity are involved, and not the least of which is this project also. And some of the current work that's currently in play includes working with the Regional Water Quality Control Board in terms of their involvement, their influence, and their permitting requirements for work that is ongoing, which includes testing, monitoring on the existing former landfill site, closed landfill site. Additional work is being done with the local governing body, and that's the county LEA. And that also, again, is relevant to the ongoing testing, monitoring, operations, and future maintenance of the former golf course area. Other agencies that we are also partnered with and working very closely with include Cal Recycle, the Department of Drinking Water, Valley Transportation Authority, VTA, PG&E, the Water District, and Bay Area Air Quality Management District. On the transaction side of the equation, we noted earlier that there will be many other bodies of work that will be coming in the form of agreements and other processes that will need to be approved by the City Council. Those include the consideration for a community facilities district, landfill operations and maintenance agreement, landfill insurance, and I can touch on any of these at the council's desire, so please feel free to interject or ask questions as appropriate and necessary. Project insurance, temporary road agreement, again, a temporary golf course parking agreement, and this is for provisions that are for both NFL and non-NFL event day considerations, and other title matters. Our resources, we touched a little bit on this, that, you know, it takes a village. It really does. It takes an entire body of professionals and material subject matter experts to get these types of projects as complex and as large scale as they are across the finish line. And these all include the hiring of new staff, that includes myself, and at least 8 other members of staff that will be solely and almost solely dedicated to this project. The hiring of third-party plan reviewers to facilitate the number of submittals that will be made by the developer. There is also the preparation of a request for proposals for fire services. And what this is specific to is when you have projects of this scale and this complexity, it literally is almost a city within a city, if you will. And so part of what this is intended to do is to provide an assessment of considerations that includes everything from the number of staff from fire, the number of types of equipment, and other special trainings that may be needed to ensure the safety and security of all future users and tenants of this area. And also because of the sensitivities associated with constructing on a former landfill site. Other bodies of work that are currently in progress as well include working with the city's police chief and their department on the public safety plans that will be necessary for this location. And with that, I conclude and I open it up to any questions that you may have.
It's the first time I met you. I've been watching you. I didn't know who you were the whole time you've been on.
I was really hoping that I'd be able to fly under the radar a lot longer. I consider this me still being in stealth mode.
God, I love both. Okay. Thank you. So my question is on page 14, the current work and site.
Yes.
In phase 1, because I know that is the non-landfill part, and there is parking there, how are we handling that when you go to?
That is part of the interim parking consideration that I touched on briefly. Thank you, Ruth. That is part of the aspect that I touched on briefly, and that includes working both with the developer and the 49ers and their team, as well as ourselves and in-house counsel and outside counsel to look at the provisions that will need to be put in place. The other consideration that is included in this is also identifying locations for temporary construction worker parking and others. So all of those types of considerations are what I like to term a part of the logistics site plans that will be necessary to be worked out with the developer.
Okay, so when you get to that point, what is I know you have to work with public safety. how are we going to secure this area from people and, dangers of that nature? Because there's residential out there and construction sites they're bad.
That is an excellent question, and one which I'm happy to address, because it is one of the considerations that we will be working very closely with the developer on and their construction crews. And part of the consideration that is included in every provision of any contract document is the development of a construction mitigation and management plan. And that plan speaks to everything from site security and protocols and safety procedures and emergency operations to the entire, security of the site. And again, you're absolutely correct. In talking about this particular area, it's one consideration to speak solely to this phase, but there is another component of which the developer has no control over at this time, and that is the balance of the site. So again, that's part of the conversation that we're having, and I'm happy to turn this over and ask Ruth if she has any other information that she's able to share in that regard.
So we are, just as from a big picture perspective, we are working with Related to bring forward to the council for review and approval an interim parking agreement. And they'll outline the site, where it's going to be, how it's going to be operated. There's also another agreement which we're talking about with the temporary road. What's going to happen with the road, how are they going to use other pieces of property, and how the property is going to be maintained. So that these are a series of agreements that we'll be bringing forward to council for your future consideration within the next couple months.
Because when I'm out there and I see all the people that are parking there, I'm just curious where you're going to move them. We already have a parking issue out there. So it's like one of those things, and security comes to mind mostly because now you're looking at more staffing from us, I guess, because it's our city. So our public safety would be, the police department would be responsible for that. So but they're going to pay for that, correct? I mean, this is their project, so.
They are responsible for paying for securing the site. Many of the parkers that you see out there right now are either transit parkers, and those parkers are going to be directed really to the Tasman garage. So there's really going to be no other space for them to park that's going to be easy access. We'll still have, with the temporary road system and the improvements that are being made to the station, there will still be access for shuttles and everything else. But if someone's coming to that station and parking, that they'll be directed to park in the Tasman garage.
Okay, and when is this going to happen? Can you give me a timeline on this one, or we don't have a timeline? You're just kind of.
I can give you some approximate timelines.
Okay.
They are all obviously subject to ongoing submittals by the developer for permitting. But the first permits, as noted, will be the demolition permits that will be issued. We're expecting that that demolition permit or permits will be issued by the end of March.
This March?
Yes. Again, that is subject to a lot of other considerations, not the least of which includes, ensuring that, again, Fire Station 10 personnel are able to safely, relocate over to Fire Station 10 and other considerations.
Okay, so I'm not real familiar where Fire Station 8 is, but how many rigs are being moved out of 10 to get to 8, and how are they absorbing that?
I'm not able to. So the way that it's being absorbed is that the expansion of existing Fire Station 8 was specifically for that purpose. So there is an expansion of Fire Station 8 taking place. That is the temporary construction work that take the word temporary out. That is the nature of the construction work that is currently taking place, and we're actually very close, probably as of the end of today, we will have issued again a temporary certificate of occupancy that will allow fire station personnel and others to come in and perform additional work that they would like to see take place before they relocate from Fire Station 10. They're currently operating and will continue to operate out of Fire Station 10 until about the end of February.
Okay. Where is Fire Station 8? Is that where is that?
It's on Agnew. It's on Agnew.
Oh, Okay.
So the work done on 8 was an expanded bay, so that there were 2 bays there, so now there are 3 bays there. And so we've been working closely, like I said, we working with all of the departments, and so we've been working closely with the fire department to make sure that their crews are taken care of.
Okay, so when you say that everybody's got their fingerprints on this, you're talking to a lot of people in the city.
There's a lot of fingerprints.
Okay.
Forensics is on it.
Okay. I like you. Okay, thank you. Those were just my questions.
I want to say something before we go forward because we have all been involved with this project for so many years. I'm not sure if everyone in the public knows why we're spending so much time and money and effort on this project, but this land is owned by the City of Santa Clara. It's our own land, and we're developing it in partnership with the related company via a land lease. So we're not selling the property. The public will maintain ownership of the property, and as it's being built out in phases, it will be generating money directly to our general fund. So that's why I wanted just to say out there, because we're so close to it, I'm not sure for the new people in the city or others, this is an asset of the City of Santa Clara, and that's why we have all the staff in the city involved, and all the extra people we're hiring, and all the consultants and everything, which the majority of them are being paid by our developer friends. So I just want to let everyone know that this is our development, and that's why you'll see that it's treated a little bit differently than some of the ones that we just approve zoning and general plan and uses for, because we're so involved, because we're the landowner. The public is the landowner, and I just wanted to make that clear.
Jump in, other questions? Yeah.
I'm just curious, since we know we have staffing problems, where we're at on where it says hiring staff. Obviously, we got you, yay. But because that is an issue for us, where are we at on that?
Let me try and speak to a little bit of that, and then I'll turn it back over to Assistant City Manager Ruth. You've talked about my position. There is also a principal engineer in the Department of Public Works, as well as a senior and an associate level engineer in the Department of Public Works. In the building side of the equation, there's a senior building plans examiner and an inspector. In the fire department, there is a deputy city fire marshal that I believe has already been hired, though I can't disclose the name because I think the offer is still pending. Background checks and things of that sort. And then there is also a fire protection engineer who will be part of that equation. There is also an inspector. Inspectors are sort of a tricky timing sort of consideration because they're not required right up front. And so part of the consideration with the developer is the timing of the hiring of that staff, because they are paying for them. And so we want to be sensitive to that. But we also want to be sensitive to the timing that we know is considerable, could be considerable with public service. And so in that regard, we're working very closely with the HR and the city manager, of course, and then the various different departments that are involved in making sure that, one, the specifications and the criteria for the hiring of that staff is, again, appropriate, commensurate, and timely.
As we talked about earlier, it's very difficult to hire good and qualified staff people. And so the manager basically gave us direction early on to make sure that we start really early so we get the right people to be part of our organization. So it is, as Dolores said, it is a little bit of a balancing act because we need to get out there and get the right people, make sure that we accommodate for some time just in case that our recruitments take longer than expected, or we need to go back out to the market and see what else is out there. And so for that reason, we've been pushing forward at the city manager's direction to make sure that our organization is prepared.
So thank you for the presentation. So my first question has to do with that we're seeing the phasing, and if I recall correctly from the DDA, that I believe that lease payments were going to start happening as they were taking down, as they, with the use of phraseology, whatever, so are they now then going to be, or have they already started to make lease payments on, for what we see in phase 1 and phase 2?
Not yet. So you are correct. You are correct that when they actually take down the property, they start paying, but they haven't actually taken down that property yet, so that they're not using the property. They're doing some prep work. The big push right now is they would like to start construction because the infrastructure work is going to take so long. When they start construction to the time that they open the first phase for business, it's going to be a 3-year process. So they want to start as early as possible, and the ideal situation that everyone is trying to push to is to have a conveyance of a ground lease, so that's the takedown, which would be in the spring of this year. So in the coming months.
And that would just be for the phase 1?
For phase 1. Phase 2 would follow soon thereafter, maybe in a 6 to 8 month time period following that.
Okay. So as you mentioned the various agencies you're working with, and since this is one of my themes for the 2 days, transportation. So I think, we're aware that I had requested money for where there's money set aside for the multimodal station because, my contention is that this project and Kylie and the other specific plans and all that, ain't gonna work unless there is a heavy-duty, improvements to the transportation infrastructure. And I know that some of that, there's been a lot of work, and I'd like to hear more about, some of the things like the bike trails along the creeks and the parks and all that. But I know originally they were kind of wanting to postpone till like a later phase, or maybe phase 2, but now it sounds like phase 2 is starting in a few months. The actual planning of what kind of transportation infrastructure needs to be done with the Great America Station, with the light rail. So has there been discussion of that in light of the time periods and like, even so, like if this starts opening in 3 years, we face potentially an incredible more of influx of cars, unless we're able to really capitalize on the presence of Capitol Corridor and ACE and the improvements that they're wanting to make on the Union Pacific right-of-way and here on Tasman. So has there been discussion? I've talked to the general manager of VTA, and she's willing to assign a transportation planner to work with us to start that.
That's an excellent question, and the answer to that question very simply is we are already working with a designated transportation planner from VTA. Her name is Melissa Cerezo.
Yeah, I know Melissa.
And so Melissa and the city team, as well as myself, have been meeting now on a regular basis. Part of the consideration of the improvements that are currently underway includes some interim improvements to the existing transit center, which are not part of the overall scheme, if you will, or future plans for the transportation services that will ultimately serve this area, but more the interim considerations. How does this station function while construction is taking place, and how do you continue to promote those services, again, while construction is in place and before construction is actually completed? So many of the considerations and the conversations taking place right now are circling around that aspect of it. But now that we have actually gotten through the MIP, the Multimodal Improvement Plan, and the funding aspect of it, we will begin and initiate conversations about the master planning of that area, which of course VTA is very much interested in doing. And to your point, we are also working very closely with the UPRR, as well as the Capitol Corridor Joint Powers Authority, and some of the other jurisdictions that touch on this particular subject matter.
Okay, great. Because I know there's long been a desire in some quarters to have some kind of overcrossing on Tasman for pedestrians, and I've always kind of liked the idea of having kind of like a bike ped elevated roundabout, maybe at Tasman and Great America and all. I think we have to. For what we're thinking about, and we're talking about revitalizing our convention center, and with the Great America, looking to, to build out on their master plan. I mean, it's the influx of people into that area could just be overwhelming if we don't really think really creatively and get aggressive about what we need to do. So it's great that you're already working with Melissa. So we're still continuing. I mean, one of the other things, there was mention of the parks, and there is, the roadway infrastructure, and we were talking about, excuse me, some pedestrian and bike paths. Are those discussions, or is that planning still underway?
So a lot of the access and circulation components of this particular development are very much enumerated and elaborated upon in the master community plan. There was a lot of consideration and a lot of thought taken into that particular master community plan. The development area plans further evolve those networks of systems. And so, yes, to your question, they are in the works and will be part of the design.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. And just to add to the question regarding the fire station, actually, I don't think he's here, but Fire Chief Torres, I was speaking with him yesterday about the fire station, about Station 8, because I noticed that the fencing had been taken down that had been up while they were doing the construction. And so those trucks that were in that site were moved to Station 6. So he said that actually the construction is ahead of schedule, and so they should be able to, they'll be moving the trucks back there, which then they can start working on Station 10. And then regarding Phase 1 and the slip ramp and the temporary road, the Related did a public meeting recently, and there was good attendance there, and Steve Eimer gave a good presentation just giving updates to the community, and there were a lot of good questions, and it's interesting to know, I hadn't even thought about it, but in Phase 1, I mean, it's going to be closed pretty soon. Is that at the end of March that they're anticipating, Dolores?
No, actually, the closure cannot occur until such time as we are complete with the other bodies of work that need to be taken in front of council. So those will be coming forward in the next 90 to 120 days. Their first permits, again, as noted, will be for demolition. They are obviously needing to consider the access and circulation as part of that initial demolition package, which includes the demolition of the Stars and Stripes area.
Right.
But to your point, once construction physically gets underway, it won't actually be for probably another 5 to 6 months.
Okay.
They still need to get through the city permitting process.
Okay, and then that whole area will be brought up to grade, to Tasman, the level at Tasman. So the ingress and egress into Stars and Stripes will be closed off, which is why the purpose of the slip ramp, so that people still have access into the soccer park.
That is exactly correct.
Right.
So it facilitates the inbound and outbound, routing in and out of that area on a temporary basis, as Ruth noted, for the next 3, possibly 4 years, depending on when construction actually begins and how long it takes them. But given all of the considerations that we have in place, to the point made earlier about the Fire Station 8 improvements completing sooner than expected, they were anticipated to be done in March, and we are now at the end of January. So they're literally almost 2 months earlier than expected. Much of that, again, is driven by their ability to source very quickly the resources that they need, particularly in the way of construction contracts, and that they have the available resources from internal to make sure that those plans are evolving as quickly as necessary.
And then once that area is complete, then that temporary road is going to close, the way I understand it?
The temporary close will remain in effect, the temporary road will remain closed and in effect until such time as all of the construction is complete. There will be portions as the phases are completed where streets may be opened, but again, that is all subject to, the ongoing considerations when we take on the ownership, if you will, of the public streets that will be part of that consideration. So it goes hand in hand with the execution and implementation of design contracts, and as portions are being turned over, we have to be in a position and willing to take on that. So a lot of conversation.
I think, simply put, is when Phase 1 opens, the temporary road will close.
Yep. Yep. And then as part of that plan as well is the improvements. There are a lot of improvements to the bike paths in that area. They will be enhanced. That's what I understand.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Dolores, for the report. A quick question. I know you mentioned that demo permits will be somewhere in March. Do we have any timeline for phase 1 when it's to be completed, construction, and ready to go as of today?
The schedules that we have received from the developer indicate that their first packages for early work, which include grading, foundations, and basically laying all of the groundwork, if you will, for the superstructures to actually start coming up and out of the ground, will be early to late May this year. And then that construction, including the superstructures, would take approximately 18 months for the first phase. And they're moving forward concurrently. There are 3 individual buildings associated with phase 1.
So 18 to...
18, I would say 18 to 22 months is a fair approximation of time. The entire project, as previously noted, both phases 1 and 2, assuming there's some overlap between the 2 phases, is expected to be, about 3 years worth of work. So
Okay, so basically phase 1, phase 2 completion almost as of today?
As of today, correct, yes.
Within 3 years. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Dolores, you weren't here, but Ruth knows. Oh, do we have a Dave Hathaway kind of person that's going to be working with Eimer and whatever's going on? Is that Dolores? You're our new Dave Hathaway? Ooh. Okay. Do you get a trailer over there? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I just wanted to know who was the person that was going to go back and forth. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I have just a couple of questions about the development and just a comment. We're very fortunate that it's such a large piece of property that we can work out construction, parking, and others right on the sites, or at least the phases that aren't being developed, which you can't say about many other projects. So I see that. But Ruth, you had mentioned that there's commuter parking in our public garage. And I know our public parking garage is supposed to be for the convention center, and then during stadium events, it's used for the stadium and other things. And I know on a practical basis, anybody parks there. There's people that they just park there. I don't know who's parking there, and some of them are using it for all kinds of activities. But when did we have commuters parking there? I was just a little worried about that, because if we're using it for all the public, any uses, then the main reason was for our convention center and the overflow parking.
It is. The Tasman garage was built exactly for that. I guess my comment is really that because there have been so many more commuters that have been starting to use that station and have been parking there, that there's not going to be a place, a dedicated parking place for them that's going to be close to the station, because the entire area will be under construction. So the only place, if they want to continue to use that station, at least for right now, is probably going to be at the Tasman garage. If it's not going to be the Tasman garage, or they don't want to walk that far, then they may choose to park at another station.
So my question is, it's the City of Santa Clara's responsibility to provide parking for that? You're saying, well, no. They're going to park there, and
it's because
we need it for our conventions.
In its current condition, it's a free open, free open space parking. And so if the city council is interested in changing that condition, then the commuters might go somewhere else.
I'm just concerned to make sure that we support our convention center, and for the events that take place at the convention center, that parking is available, and we're not caught off guard, that especially during construction, if our convention center believes that, and they're telling these conventioneers as they're engaging them with contracts, that we have parking, and then all of a sudden they show up and it's full of commuters and construction parking, then we're going to have a problem.
We don't have a good census of how many people are parking for commuter purposes. I mean, and we can certainly maybe look at
Survey
that.
to see.
Yeah, and then see
who
what
and
kind,
what
right.
and why and how
Yeah.
long that they're parking in those.
It just seems like by the location where they're parking, which is close to the train station, that they are commuters. I mean, maybe they aren't commuters, but then we're assuming that they are. But we can try and do a census and see.
A lot of the cars are there because that location, most of the people that they're riding in on the train, I mean, that's like the largest stop for ACE, and I think for Capital Quarter in Santa Clara County, because they tell me that, I'm on the Capital Quarter board, is that the train is practically empty by the time when they go to San Jose, because everybody, and at Santa Clara is where there is like a network of I think it's 9 different routes of shuttles that VTA contracts between the rail operators and the employers to take people, but there are a lot of people that just leave a car there because there is the right. I mean, well, they when they get off the train, they get in their car and they go to their. So we may just have to say, look there are 9 different shuttle routes that run from that station. You're going to have to get on the shuttle, or you're going to Uber or something like that. But I think that's what a lot of those cars, because I know we've looked at when we were trying to reroute the different attempts to change the San Tomas Aquino Creek Trail, like from the front of the stadium to the back, because there is that parking lot that goes along the back side of the youth soccer park and the 49ers training facility. And I know that, at least this is what everyone surmises, and and I know people who've told me they leave a car there. So we just, may have to say,
Well, I try to anticipate what our issues
Yeah.
are going to be with parking in general for the stadium. We talked about that earlier. Parking, once this construction starts, people are going to be shocked if we're not outreaching to VTA and, everyone else that could potentially be using those spaces, that things are going to change. But our first priority has to be for our convention
Oh,
center.
certainly.
Because that's why we put all that public money into that parking garage. So, but everyone else seems to be using it. So, okay, I just wanted to make that comment. And then the last thing I wanted to say was when we were developing the stadium, talk about Dave Hathaway. We were developing the stadium. The stadium, the construction manager gave the council monthly or regular updates as to what is happening. So I want to see if we can get on a schedule so we know what's happening with this project. But I'm really happy we have our new communications team as well, because I think the public needs to know, when it's coming, what's happening, what phase they're in. We have to have a regular communication, blast out to the public as we're building a city. So we have to have a communication blast so the public knows where we are and what we're doing and consistently. So I just wanted to put that out. I know it's not on the work plan. I'm sorry, Dr. Stern. Oops. But I just want to throw that out there because this is important that we communicate not only to the council of what's happening, but the public, especially in District 1, Councilmember Watanabe.
Well, yeah, because then you're going to have Tasman East going up as well. So, there's just a lot of work going to be. I'm sorry. You're going to have Tasman East, and so there is just going to be a tremendous amount of work going on out there. And yeah, we owe it to the residents to keep them informed. Yeah.
Any other questions, comments from council? Great. Excellent. So we have a space, and thank you very much. That was wonderful. We have a space if council wants to discuss any other projects. Related clearly what's at the top of the list. Are there any other projects that you would like to discuss, get some information from staff?
I want to make sure we go to the public too before we adjourn this. I don't.
Okay.
Seems like we've
In that case, then let's do public comment, Mayor, and then we can wrap up.
If we can go to the public for the last bit of public comment for this meeting today. Please come forward.
Linda Nepper, and your thing about the commuters being moved out. Yes, I can understand they're taking our space. On the other hand, I see the same problem as with the homeless. Make them vanish, kill them. So don't do that. Figure out a good alternative for them, and they will use it. But if you just ask them to move, they will find ways to not.
Thank you. That's why we want to start now, so we can figure out who's using it and, where they can park. Thank you for that.
Good afternoon. While it may not seem obvious to everyone that climate change will impact Santa Clara significantly, scientific data and modeling indicates that it definitely will, and certainly within 30 years. In August of 2019, the U.S. War College released a report titled Implications of Climate Change for the U.S. Army. The conclusion is that the U.S. military could very likely fail in its mission to protect U.S. citizens in 20 years. Reasons essentially are that climate change impacts will overtax the military's resources due to severe weather events that require a National Guard response, mass migrations, 600 million people live at sea level, diminishing fresh water due to sea level rise and saltwater intrusion, changing disease vectors, mosquito species that carry diseases like Zika, West Nile, dengue, and malaria are showing up in the United States, stress on the U.S. power grid due to wildfires, threats to nuclear power plants like Fukushima, sea level rise affecting military bases. 100-year floods are now coming every 10 years. This will affect Santa Clara's storm drain management. SVP will also is already dealing with wildfires. Big corporations get the seriousness of climate change. Apple, Google, Microsoft, Facebook, Intel, Bank of America are already carbon neutral. In fact, Apple is starting to require that its suppliers become carbon neutral. Santa Clara University will be Scope 3 carbon neutral by 2029. That means that all the carbon released by commuting by students and staff will be offset by 2029. Now from VTA's BART playbook, a CFD special tax in the Santa Clara Station area could generate approximately $21 million in total revenues through 2040 in 2019 dollars, assuming all new development envisions in the TOC development scenario were subject to the special tax. It is estimated the local funding gap needed to meet the City of Santa Clara's affordability target, housing affordability target, is approximately $223 million. Tax increment financing to help fill this gap, according to VTA. Other areas that I would like the council to prioritize is a public arts fee, making it easier and cheaper for community groups and residents to rent meeting rooms, aggressive TDM targets in all developments, including TDM penalties.
On your pillars and goals, and you made some tweaks, you made some adjustments, adding arts in and adding transportation in, and you also helped flesh out what those goals and pillars are with your items and task items and objectives underneath. Staff will return with the ones that got the 3s on the staff, so they will return those to you and get those in front of you for formal consideration and adoption. I know you're all looking forward to your communications project unfolding, and we had a great conversation this morning. It was perfect timing as I was interviewing you. You were all saying how important community engagement is, so the timing is perfect. Those align very nicely with one another. And then, of course, related project, and I know that was top of mind for you all, and so we had a great update and good questions and answers here. It seemed to me that this format, let me just check in with you, the format that we adopted this year, did this work for you? Was this helpful for you? And I got a sense that it was. Yes, Councilmember Davis?
I can honestly, am I on? I'm on. I can honestly tell you that the residents thought this was the best one that we've ever had because they were able to come, they were able to speak to us, they are watching on television. I mean, it just, the format was a lot easier because they got to hear what we had to think,
yes,
had to find out what resources, capacity that we do have, and it was better for them. Excellent. Instead of being talked at again, that I think the referral was.
Right.
they were engaged.
Excellent, wonderful. So we will work for next year's priority session adopting a similar format. So that wraps us up. If City Manager Santana, if you have a couple words, and we'll let the mayor close us out.
I just want to thank the city council as well as staff for spending the 2 days focused on the future of the city and our priorities and the efforts that we should tackle over the next year. I think it was a very good conversation, and I too agree. The structure was very well developed, and I particularly liked the opportunity to go through in a very simple 1, 2, 3 way. I think that was very straightforward for all of us to follow. Thank you.
Thank you. I want to thank the City Council for all their great ideas, their thoughts, their comments, and their suggestions for our upcoming year. And I want to thank the City Manager, City Attorney, all the staff members from the city for the great reports and all the work that went into this. Makes it look easy, but it's not. And I want to thank Julie in our office and Genevieve, our mayor and council offices, the city manager's office, everybody that was involved. I think it worked really well. And I want to say this format is great, but last year was great too because we had a really good base and really good information on each department in the city and each of the challenges of the department in the city. So I think we're moving in the right direction considering we all have so many ideas and that we want to put out there and we want everything done right now. But I think now that we're going to be more focused this year to get these goals completed and to work with our community and be more engaging and transparent and everything else. So thank you, everybody, for this. Do we need a consensus to adjourn this? Consensus? Yeah? Okay. All right. Our meeting's adjourned. Thank you.
Very good.